Just testing. Anybody joins the chat, can you hear me? Hopefully. Hold on. Hey. Hidabadi Astro, how's it going? Stan, oh, thank you, Stan. Thank you, guys. Looks like everything's working. I have to test this at the start of every stream, as we've had it before where I've gone live and been talking for 5 minutes before I've realised nothing's working correctly. How's it going, guys? It's good to see you. Finally got an opportunity for a bit of a live stream, so hopefully we can have a bit of fun together tonight. Get some DSO imaging done. I'm kind of open to what we want to actually do tonight as well. A lot of upcoming stuff in terms of videos that we can cover. Hints as to future upcoming content too. Got something to tell you cool about that. Let's just see. Astronomy, how's it going? And Sean, hello. Sean OD, Brian the Primate, Johan Bosch. Awesome. Hello, guys. How's it all going? Locaton, Mike959. Thanks for hosting a live. Hey, no problem, Mike. Thanks for joining in, mate. Rain here for the next couple of days and cloudy last night. Damn. We had a little bit of an opportunity last night, but it weren't that good, Mike, to be honest. So I tried my best, but I'm not sure if any of the data is usable from the session, to be honest. Sheep Astro, how's it going, buddy? Nice to see you here. Sorry if I'm missing anybody. Astro Noddy, Hard Astronomy, Sean Maston, Astro Cop, Nick P. Crikey, everybody's flowing in. Talk about your challenge processing. Yes, we could talk about that upcoming. So what I'm probably going to do for that, by the way, Mike, just as a little primer, basically what I've been doing recently anyway is I'll put together a run through, like a workflow kind of thing. So anybody who wishes to can put my, work through up on one screen while they process on the main screen or whatever, and try to work in tandem with me and learn by visually, by seeing and then doing. And at the end of that, we'll see what your result is, and if you wish to share it, we're posting them on Instagram as usual. I think that's probably the best place to do it, as I'm trying to, well, I say trying, I'm not doing very well, but trying a little bit to grow my Instagram, as that's also going to be useful as a business going forwards as well, having a decent Instagram presence. But yeah, that's the plan. So I need to get that one recorded as well. DIM, hi ho, how's it going, mate? Ram, nice to see you again. You've been really popping in on some streams lately, buddy. It's good of you to come share your time with us. Greetings from Madeira, nice. Just got an ASCII SQA70, first light today, says Rashmi. That's awesome, mate. That's a really interesting looking telescope. I was actually just in contact very recently with, I'll put this chat panel on screen here, how about that? Yeah, so I was just in contact with ASCII recently, trying to figure out what was available to review, and they actually offered one of the SQA 70s as an option, or the SQA 106. So with the support that we've had from the streams just recently, I've dove in, I've paid the money, and we've got an SQA 106 on the way for review. So I think that's going to be some good fun. I'm really looking forward to testing that thing out, as it looks like a truly exceptional scope in every sense of the word. If it's anything like the 55, then it's going to be mind-blowing, I should say. But yeah, it wasn't an easy decision, because the SQA 70 looks awesome as well. They all do, really. The 85 as well. Thomas Griffin, how's it going? Good to see you here, mate. Got a second-hand GT81 for 200. Cheap deal. That is cheap, mate, yeah. Cooper AL, hi Luke, how's it going, mate? Lovely clear night in Derby. Out scoping the Sol Nebula. Nice. You must have a decent low northern horizon there to catch that then, I suppose. Nick P, so dove in head first. Second camera ordered. Oof. Full Poseidon M Pro with filter wheel and everything. It's on back order, but I can't wait. Congratulations, Nick. I think you're going to be really, really, really happy with that camera, mate. For sure. Have you tested the new SETI Astro tool? honestly, mate, it's something I really, really need to get on with. I've not tested any of the SETI Astro tools, and it's not because there's anything wrong with them. People have just been saying good things about them, but yeah, I think I'm a little bit phobic of changing anything in my processing routine at the minute. You know what I mean? It feels like learning new stuff. But yeah, I do need to test all those out. That's very fair to say. Very sweet on the 106. Thank you, mate. Yeah, it was cool. They're really easy to work with. Ascar, to be honest with you, mate, they've been all right. So yeah, no complaints from me. They're not asking for anything untoward. It's just we'll sell you this with a discount, admittedly, as long as you make a video. But the video can be whatever I want it to be. Do you know what I mean? Positive, negative. I could launch it out of a cannon. Not that I will, but yeah, it's good. Along with that, I got a 533mm Pro and a 7 filter wheel. Damn, you got some good deals there then, mate. That's awesome. What am I seeing here from Surgeon? Rasa 6 announced. Ooh, that's got to be a bit tasty, hasn't it? Surely, mate. I like the sound of that. Let me just pull this chat panel off to one side for a minute, just while I try and get ourselves established with what we can do tonight. So let me just pop open Stellarium a moment, and we can take a look at that together. So what I do have so far is a bunch of data on a bunch of targets. Try to find some. So what I've been working on, I've just shared this data, the M51 kind of data. So that's available on the Google Drive, on the Discord and things like that. For anybody who wants to have a play around with this will be the subject of an upcoming processing challenge and tutorial video. This is what Mike were talking about earlier. So we're going to be running through that. I've also been trying to gather some data on M63 through both an ASIA based setup with the 2600 through the ASCAR 120 and through my Celestron Edge HD 11 with the Hyperstar V4. So we can hopefully put together some kind of a comparison maybe between those two and see, just how much the extra aperture matters, the extra speed. There's a lot of differences between these rigs, but I always enjoy little comparisons. This is just a little brief test of the data. So this is 90 1-minute shots taken through the Hyperstar. Already looking pretty good, I reckon. We've got some M101 data we can work on and share at some point. I think I showed that as part of the last stream. And also I was capturing NGC 3718. Now, this is just a short test, but I'm sure I've got a longer one. We also got some M81, M82 data that we can share and work on as well. I really need to get busy, don't I, and start putting together these tutorials for people. But let's just see. Hyperstar 585. So yeah, M51, M63, M101 and NGC 3718. We've got a lot of stuff we can work on. There's NGC 3718. This was just 70 1-minute subs. As you can see, there's a hell of a lot of detail showing up on that thing already. Really, really promising, given the fact that I went a bit crazy on that one. So if I just check, we've got actually 574 lights, and we were just looking at 70 of them right there. So that should be good once it's fully stacked up and ready to go, you know what I mean? But yeah, as to tonight, I think we can definitely pick. We can either pick a new target, or perhaps let me just check one thing before I even put that to you, because I may be off in my calculations. M63. We need more time on M63. That's what we'll do with the Hyperstar tonight then. More time on M63. We do need to do a Messier marathon as part of one of our live streams as well. I think that would be a heck of a lot of fun. Let's try and get both of these up and running now, my rigs, and then I can catch up with chat. By the way, we will be having a look at the Discord tonight. So let me just get you a link. Do that if I can. So if you guys have been taking any images you'd like me to have a look at, have a play around, we can talk about, and if you want them judging, etc., we can do that. People have been enjoying that on the previous streams. If you'd like to show off your rig or anything else you've been up to, then the Discord is the place to share it, and we will be taking a look at that a little bit later on. So Let me just get you a link to this channel for anybody who doesn't know. We've got a decent sized Discord now. You get you a link. Sorry about this, guys. I'm doing my best. Right. Oh, Stan's just posted it. Same thing, but yeah. I'll just pin that one right there, Stan. If that's the same thing, it should work for anybody interested. But yeah, like I say, I'll shout that out again just in case we get any new joiners who want to see their images get rated or critiqued, if you like. I think it's more accurate to say just a little gentle critique. And yeah, we can work on that. Right, I've gone on that length. We're probably just about getting into astronomical darkness now, so let's kick things off. We'll get this session up and running. Oh, thank you for being a member for 8 months now, Jim. That's awesome. Same link. Got you, Stan. Thank you, buddy. I literally had it there, copied and pasted, ready to go. So I just thought I'll pop it up. You know what I mean? Are we seeing much stream latency? I don't think tonight. It doesn't look too bad. I've had to change something basically on stream. So I know that we've got a small portion of our viewer base is hard of hearing or deaf. And I wanted to try and make the stream a bit more accessible for them. So I've had to turn off something called low latency mode, basically, and we've gone on to normal streaming mode. So picture quality should be a bit better. Sound quality should be a bit better tonight. But for those who need it, we should now have access to closed captions on the fly, which hopefully should help out a little bit. Pop yours in the Discord in a bit. Good stuff. I will be catching up on chat properly in just a moment, guys, so please don't think I'm not reading it. I absolutely will get to it in just a sec. Let's run through. I tell you what, that Oasis focuser's been putting in the work. It's a really good bit of kit. I need to do an update video on that too. I think can probably fire up Sharp Cap as well. And we'll get our all sky cam on while we're catching up with chat, so you can see what's going on. It's always a bit of fun. I'd like to eventually get a proper all sky camera set up. You know what I mean? One that doesn't show just the scopes and a bit of sky, but shows a lot of sky. That could be. That could certainly be fun. There we go. You can also see the temperature now. I've tried to put that there. I'm gonna just close the observatory door so we're not getting stray light coming in. Just 1 second, guys. Righty-ho, we're back. Oh, that looks a little bit better, don't it? Right, let's continue on with getting this thing set up. Then I'll make a big push to get caught up with chat. Guider connected. Second rig, let's kick that thing off as well. Yeah, tell you what, I'm having not an issue as such, but a quirk with the QHY minicam right here. You can see before I connect, it cools itself to -20 and waits there. So once I do connect and tell it to cool, it has to actually turn its cooler off. Bit of an oddity in the drivers, I suppose. I'll probably have to see if there's an updated version of those. Right, get everything connected up. Unpark this bad boy, and I think a little bit more time on the Whale Galaxy on this, and then next session, maybe we'll make that, if it's appropriate, the Messier Marathon, and we can try to plug in a custom field of view into Stellarium so we can see exactly what's going to be hittable for us throughout that one. I think that could be fun. I know that Mike, who's in the chat now, offered as well some a helpful list of targets for the Messier Marathon, all ordered, I guess is the right phrasing. But yeah, that's pretty interesting to see. Hopefully this thing's finished unparking. Yes, it has. Let's go. Nearly there, guys. Sorry about the delay again. As I say, we're only just hitting astronomical darkness now, though, so we're not exactly wasting any time just yet. So everything's good there. Just in. Look at that. Perfect. Right on time. Right then. Let's kick things off with a little bit of chat to catch up, I reckon. We need the pop-out chat. There we go. Okay. Let's see what's going on. Let's just see. We were roughly about here. Yeah. Hello from Chattanooga, Tennessee, says Marty Pinson. Hello there, Marty. Hopefully you're still here, buddy. Really nice of you to come join us, spend some time. Johan Bosch. Full in is fun. It is, mate. Yeah, it's always fun going full in. Edward Millard, how's it going? Where I'm doing all right. Hopefully you are keeping well too. Is the SQA a PETSVAL? I believe it is a quintuplet PETSVAL design. Yeah, so it's a triplet group at the front and a doublet group at the back with two super low dispersion ED elements in there as well. So that's what's giving it, as well as the optical design being as fresh as it is, giving it those incredible star profiles. Really looking forward to testing that scope, to be honest. Cheap Astro Nugsy saying it's been a bit phobic too. So, talking about the updating to the SETI Astro tools. Today I was finally setting up Nina, having stuck with APT out of comfort. Got ya. Yeah. That's good, mate. I think APT is still a good tool, and the people who are making APT are absolutely lovely. I had the opportunity to meet them at a trade show once, Practical Astronomy show, I think it was. But yeah, Nina just offers so much, doesn't it, these days? I have to say, for the low price of 0. Ask our prices, says Brian the Primate. Along with a lot of things, have jumped up quite a bit in the US because of the tariffs. Not only are they more expensive, but we have to pay more in taxes on them now. So is that, I assume that's everything though, isn't it? Not just ask our prices. Probably, does it even affect Celestron? I think they're an American company out there, but the scopes are actually made overseas, of course, in China. Interesting to hear. Does it affect Japan, if you're ordering stuff like Vixen, Takahashi, etc.? I don't really know how the tariffs are working for US citizens. Wim Queelman, hi all, first time here. Hello from Holland. Hello there, Wim. Really nice of you to come join us and spend some time, buddy. I hope you find it a welcoming community here. Rasa 6, take my money. Yeah, absolutely, mate. I do like the Rasas. By the way, talking about all in, says Johan, any video coming on setting up a full session in Nina? Okay, with polar align, finding target, getting sequencer. Oh, right. So setting up everything from scratch, Johan. You'd like to see that kind of thing. I think that's certainly possible. Yeah. My usage of Nina is really very basic compared to some people, but does it need to be any more for me right now? I don't think so. Everything I want to do, I can do. Let me just check if this first exposure is coming in. We're seeing plate solve fails, so something's going wrong. Let's just figure out what's happening here. It looks like these stars are maybe a bit too out of focus potentially. Where is the sequencer at? Okay, so it's trying to autofocus. That's fine. So it must have successfully plate solved at that point. We'll just keep an eye on this screen for a moment while I go through chat. Hey, it looks like it's misplaced M63 though. We'll have to see what's going on there, you know what I mean? Oh, crikey, what's happened here? Sean Maston coming in with the $30. Bloody hell. Thank you so much for that, Sean. That's incredibly kind of you, mate. I really, really do appreciate your support. That means a lot, mate. Cloudy yet again, living vicariously through these streams. Well, I'm very happy to be sharing my evening with you, Sean. It's a pleasure, mate. Jaromir. Hello, Luke from Poland. Hello there, Jaromir. Really nice of you to come join us and spend some time. Pete, how's it going, Pete? Just doing the classic Luke maneuver where we try to catch up on chat. And Astro Leo, welcome to Cosmic Support as well. Welcome aboard, Leo. I hope you enjoy being a part of the channel membership system, mate. That's very kind of you. Where are we now? Oh, we were talking about tariffs. Hello from Holland, Rasa 6. Yes, got you. Where about you? Edward Millard says, I've decided to set up my 6-inch f5 tonight instead of my 90mm f6. Got you. I think that's going to be a fun change. 6-inch f5, a lot of fun. That's 750mm focal length, yeah. Old geezer gazing. I like the name, mate. Shooting the M51 right now in Doncaster. Nice one. Yeah, lovely target, innit? Hidabadi Astro. I have IC434 data that I can share. That's cool. Surgeon says Rasta 6 might have extremely large central obstruction with current cooled cameras. Could have. Yeah, could have, mate. Depends on... Well, I guess it doesn't depend on anything, does it? It will have a large central obstruction, I suppose, given the body size of a lot of the new cameras that's coming out. Maybe you could pair it, though, with something a little bit slimmer. I don't know. Good thought. Good thought, to be honest. Luckily, I mean, when you're taking away effective aperture like that from the center, it's not much, really, by proportion to the overall frame area, should I say. Let's just see. Taking a millimeter in a circle out of the inside is not the same as taking a millimeter in a circle out of the outside by area, obviously. About to shoot NGC 281, the Pac-Man Nebula. That's cool. Here we are. The memes are spot on. I need to check the memes channel, mate. I haven't had a look. How's it going, Jim? Nice to see you here, buddy. Hopefully you're keeping well. It appears that it has failed indeed in setting this up, so we'll just try once again. So let's just... This is classic astrophotography for you, isn't it? Half of your night spent just putting out fires and figuring out what's gone wrong and why. So we'll stop that sequence. Quick little reset. Play once again. Not quite that though, Luke. We do want to slew, center, and start guiding. We don't want autofocus on start as we've just focused. That should save us a moment or two. Hopefully this is gonna work now. Telescope not inside tolerance, so it's figured it out. Hopefully. We'll see M63 pop up in the middle right there in just a second. Come on. Put in the work. There we go. That looks a lot more promising, don't it? Can stop worrying about that now. Right, let's crack on with catching up. That's the key thing to do right now. Right, we're at 92 viewers already. So once again, by the way, guys, if you see the pinned comment at the top, we will be taking a look through our Discord a little bit later on in this stream. So if you want to take part, post your images, that kind of thing, go for it. Show us what you've been up to. Let us know what you've been processing, how it's going for you. And also another little fun one you can use is Astro Gear. You can show us exactly what you've got, what you've been running, perhaps even historic stuff you've used and want to talk about. Yeah, good, fun little segment we can talk about. So if you want to do that, we can, of course, go for it and take a look at all that stuff a little bit later on. It's always... I enjoy doing it anyway, and it seems like you guys enjoy seeing it when we go through people's gear like that. So, pop me in the Discord in a bit. That's good stuff. Lasse, how's it going, mate? Nice to see you in another stream. Peter Turner, how's it going, Peter? Evening, Luke. Holidaying in Wales. Very nice. Trying a new target, C5 and Camelopardius. Caldwell 5. You know what? Hang on. Let's try and find out exactly what that is, because it sounds familiar, but I can't be sure. Let me just search window C5. Whoosh. Okay. Yep. That's a faint looking bugger, is that, mate? Surface brightness 15.46. Whew. Yeah. That's probably going to be a toughie, but I guess you're in the right spot. A lot of Wales is pretty good skies as far as I'm aware. I had a few friends, well, still have a few friends living in Wales, and most of those guys out there are living in bottle 4s and 3s, that kind of way on. But yeah, Lovely stuff. Nice choice. Yeah, nice choice to target. HSO, 180-second subs. Bottle 4 with a 6-inch F5 and ASF 533 of the Pac-Man. Very nice. Luke's live. Hello. How's it going, Astro Republic? Nice to see you, mate. Thank you again, Astro Leo, for joining. Trevor Sorrell. Hi, Luke. In Turkey on holiday. Very nice. We'll have to catch up on this one, so, but fair enough. Hey, you enjoy yourself, Trevor. That's what it's all about, mate. Have a cracking time. Mike 959 Messier Marathon. I borrowed the list. Borrowed from TC Palmer on the Nina Discord. Lovely. Good evening, Matthew. Nice to see you again, Matthew. Hope you're keeping well. Trust all is well. It is indeed. Yeah, having a good day so far, and I'm sure it's only going to get better now we're chilling out together and can sort of wind down and just spend a bit of time with some clear skies. It's always a good time, isn't it? Hello from Indiana, says Riley Keppel. Doesn't like we'll have clear skies tonight, but last night I continued with my Macarian's chain project. I'm hoping to have 24 hours of total exposure time. That's a good project, Riley. Yeah, that's good. David Neal is asking, what camera model are you using to monitor your rig? So I'm using an ASI 676 MC. I reviewed it a little while back on my channel. It comes with this fisheye lens that you're seeing right now. And I have to say, I am quite impressed with the fisheye lens. It seems to be a true, pretty much 180 because you can see the ammeter on this power supply right here. The ammeter is effectively at the same height as the top of the fisheye lens. It's incredible. I realized that just today. I was like, hang on, how can it see that thing? But yeah, pretty good. How do you take light frames? Dinesh is asking. Well, a Dinesh, a light frame, Dinesh, is just a frame where you're exposing on your target. You're trying to gather integration time. It can be really widely varying in what exposure length you choose. But the key thing is it's just a classic light frame. So your telescope's in focus, you're on target, and you're using, usually it's best practice to use the same gain and exposure as you're going to use for any calibration frames such as darks. You don't have to worry too much. If you just want to know what a light frame is, you don't have to worry too much about the rest of the calibration files right now, I would say. So just try and gather some lights. So take pictures is what I'm trying to get at. It's a long-winded way of saying that. But is there any particular software you're asking about how to do this in, Dinesh? And maybe we can try and help you. So Brian is just saying it's just China-made stuff. I think Canada and Mexico for some reason. As well. Not sure why those two are on the list. Yeah. There's a lot of, shall we say, interesting happenings going on in the US right now, isn't there? But not for me to judge. Thank you again, by the way, Sean. That really is very kind of you, mate. Yaramir, hello. Matt Draxler. Howdy. How's it going, Matt? Hopefully you and the family are doing great. We are, mate. Hopefully you and yours are as well. Happy I caught the live stream. Even if I'm a bit late, no worries. I'm late, mate. It's my own live stream and I'm late. So don't worry about it. Philip Butcher. Hi, Luke. What filter would you recommend for Galaxy season? UV IR cut, Philip. In nearly all cases. To be honest with you, it might be a little bit controversial to say, but I think when imaging broadband targets, I reckon light pollution filters, on the whole, are a bit of a marketing scam. I do. I live under pretty bad light pollution, and I've tried a bunch of them, and I've never had results that have pleased me. It's always just been better off imaging with UV IR and work on the light pollution later. That's me. But yeah, are you seeing the aurora down your way? You know what, Pete? Is there any chance there were aurora last night? Because I went outside when I said it looked a little bit cloudy, and I thought to myself, these clouds look a bit green. I would be interested to know now you've mentioned that. It's pretty strong up here, lots of clouds ruining the view though. Now you've got me wondering, Pete, if I was seeing aurora last night, or is it just tonight that there's activity? Darren71, just built a little DIY Celestron Origin. Oh, nice. The C6 and a Hyperstar, Star Adventure GTI and a 533C. That's probably better than the Origin then, mate, at that. That sounds really, really cool. Good stuff, Darren. As a Virgin Astro guy, I really do appreciate the tutorials on PixInsight while I learn the S50. Nice one, mate. Yeah. My next video to come out is actually going to be a look at the equatorial mode, my thoughts on that, as well as some little safety messages, I suppose. Yeah, should be an alright video. So for people interested in the sea stars in particular. Yes, indeed, there's been an aurora almost every night. Ah, got you, Pete. Blimey. So I was seeing aurora then. That's fantastic. Damn, I kind of wish I'd set up a time lapse now if I'd have more strongly suspected it. But it was kind of just a bit of an overall green glow. There was no kind of form to it. But yeah, I'll tell you what else I missed as well. Everybody, there was a rocket re-entry that left a cool spiral in the sky, and I somehow completely missed that one. So that sucks. I feel bad. Oh, Casey, blimey, mate. Thank you so much. 20 gifted memberships. Welcome aboard. All the new members. That is incredibly kind of you, Casey. I really appreciate your support, mate. Thank you. Thank you. Let's just make sure the streaming software is not locked up. No, we're all good. Sorry about that. Yeah, we're all good. Yeah, welcome aboard, guys. Just want to make sure I'm not missing anybody's messages. 750mm focal compared to 540, and it's 177% more light gathering area. Yeah, nice. Just took way more time to set up. These are the trades, aren't they, for going from a refractor to just about anything else. Deep Space Cowboy, hello Luke from cloudy Germany. Hello there, mate. Good of you to join us. Hopefully you're enjoying spending some time chatting with me and everybody else here. Steve Peckett, evening Steve. Back in the boozer, of course it's cloudy, the other side of the Pennines. Fair enough, Steve. Enjoy a few pints then, mate. Oh my goodness, that were a really extravagant coffee. That were lovely. Mark, how's it going, Mark? Good to see you in another live stream, as always. Dinesh is asking what's your opinion with remote observatories. Ooh, live 2 hours from Starfront. Doing flat frames is keeping me from taking the plunge. I'm really on the fence, Dinesh. I've got to be honest with you, mate. I am probably the most on the fence person in the world with this at the minute. I can see arguments both ways. I really, personally, from my perspective, I really enjoy the home side of things and doing what I can from these skies. But I can definitely see the appeal now of having a remote setup. I think it would be just very useful and extremely productive as well to gather higher quality data and probably bucket loads more of it. So it's a tough one, Dinesh. For me, it's a tough one. Astrophotography, how's it going, Ruz? Good to see you, mate. Hopefully you're having a good clear night as well, with any chance. Cloud fighting over the peak in Stockport. Fair enough, Mark. Light wispy annoying cloud. Oh, got you. So I hope you all have clear skies. Damn, I hope it clears up for you, Ruz. Hidden galaxy fin name, yeah, indeed. Sorry for the confusion. I meant remote light frames. Got you, Dinesh. Got you. I guess just frames in general, remotely. It's just a case of getting your computer set up with a remote access. Basically, I think a lot of people do it with AnyDesk these days. That's like a remote desktop, internet-based, of course, as Starfront's going to have good internet. And you can access your rig through there whenever you would like. What a lot of people do is they put up a all-sky camera right next to the rig, so they can just monitor things, keep an eye on what's what, and just know what they're looking at, I guess. It's part and parcel of it. But yeah, it should be no different really, mate, to what I'm kind of doing here. If I'm just using Nina or whatever, it should be pretty much no different. The flats thing is a tough one, Dinesh, as well. I suppose if you want to do things not by halves, you'd probably have to buy a flat panel for whatever telescope you purchase, and that'd give you the ability to take flats whenever it's convenient for you. But generally speaking, mate, if you're using quite a sealed optical system, something like, you know, a well-made refractor and a filter wheel and all that gubbins, typically you're going to be able to take flats and just use them for ages without being too specific with the time frame, but honestly, ages. Luca Libby, how's it going, Luca? Quick flyby before the work shift starts. Fair enough, mate. Hey, appreciate you coming and spending a little bit of time with us. That's really cool of you. Jacob Hughes, just processed some M63 data I took the other night. Now I just need to get myself together to get outside tonight. I was thinking M109 for something a bit different. Nice. Yeah, why not? St. Paddy's Day green clouds. Thank you again, by the way, Pete, for letting me know about that, mate. It's good to have some confirmation. Is imaging NGC 1333, and after an hour I checked on the lights. They were purple and green. I was rather confused until I started looking through them and discovered the aurora tinted half the stack. Says Moizar. Fair enough, mate. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to check the data that I captured the other night now then, because it just seems probable, don't it, that a lot of it's not going to be usable, unfortunately. But if you're going to get photobombed by anything, it might as well be by something pretty beautiful like aurora. Did you see Celestron launched a RASA 6 this evening? Someone mentioned that, Mark. Yeah, let's take a little look at it, eh? I think that could be something we can do, bud. So, Celestron RASA 6. Where can I find some news about it? Would it be Celestron's homepage or something? Yeah. I'll tell you what, if you can tell me roughly where to look, mate, I'll try to find... oh no, got it, 6-inch row Ackerman. Found it on Celestron's own page. Ooh. That's pricey. 2,600 quid. Why is it so expensive? That's the same price as a used RASA 8. So 2,729 gets you a RASA 8. 2,600 gets you a RASA 6. Am I missing something here? Why would you go for a RASA 6 at that? Unless they've, really changed something. Central obstruction, as people have mentioned, looks pretty big. It looks like maybe they've beefed up the collimation system on it. Those look like larger thread-sized bolts on both the push and pull. That could be a thing. I don't know, but that seems very, very costly for what it is. That's a tough one. That's a hard sell. Interesting. We will say interesting to that one. But yeah, I'll try and catch up a little bit more with the chat, just real quick. Thank you again, by the way, Casey. That's absolutely awesome of you, mate. Just see, welcome aboard all the new members. Good day, Luke. Ollie Space. Pretty much with you, mate. Just use UV, IR, and broadband. That's fair enough, Ollie. Yeah, mate. It's I've tried a bunch of them. I just think just use UV, IR. My skies are crap, and it's always been better just using UV, IR. So last night, and a few minutes I wasn't outside. Oh no, Rosie got you as well. Yes, that is pain, mate. That is pain. A lot of Borealis. It says Anders Olsen in Tromsø, 69 degrees north. Need to filter it out. Damn. Let's just see. Reason why I've only used it once before is too much of a faff to get working. Flat frames too. Fair, mate. Most folks at remote either use Skyflats or a flat panel. Yeah, if I had to choose between the two, I'd probably go Skyflats myself, potentially. as then you're ensuring that all the light entering the tube is arriving completely parallel, just like what you're trying to shoot. I think a lot of the times problems with flats are from having the flat panel like on the end of the telescope practically, where you inadvertently end up scattering a very, how can I put it, multi-directional light source at that point, because it's so close to the sensor. Everything gets illuminated inside the telescope as a result, and you can end up with weird rings and all sorts of stuff in your flats. I've found better results these days from my hanging system, where I've got like the flat panel hung from the roof a little bit in front of the telescope, a little bit further away. That's been working well. Let's just catch up a little bit further. But yeah, I know that not everybody can do that, so that's fair enough. Josh, how's it going, bro? We are indeed keeping well. Hope you guys are keeping well as well. Thanks for jumping in. Nice to see you here, as always. Missed 3 clear nights last week. Visitors, says Willie. Damn. Well, that's just bad timing on the visitors' part, innit? Had to get a tablet and hold it in front of the Dew Shield. Fair enough. Yeah. Debating whether to take the plunge again into PixInsight. Still considering it. As far as I know, Ruz, you may be able to message the PixInsight team if you've already used your trial once. I think they'll give you another trial if you message them and explain, I just need another chance with this thing. Now I've got some more data to try it with. I think it might be worth just trying that, mate, to be honest. Then you can have a little run through with stuff and see if it's working for you. I know it's not a cheap piece of software by any stretch of the imagination, but I've said it once, so I'll say it again. I mean, in terms of money that I've personally spent on astrophotography versus what it gave me back, it's that and the RC Astro tools have been the biggest investments ever. They've given the most bang for buck, and it's not that close. Well, that's just me. Like I say, I'm obviously, I know you're the same, buddy. We love astrophotography, so it would stand to reason that it's worthwhile to have all the tools if it's all financially feasible to do so. What are the details on your dome setup? Says Mike. So this is a roll-over roof observatory. So I'm sat in the warm room right now, which if you look in the all-sky camera right there, that's the door into my warm room. So the roof of the observatory rolls over the top of that, and basically that's the best usage of space that I could possibly figure for my my garden. Basically, it's working really well. I love it to bits, mate. That is also some of the best money I've spent on on astronomy, particularly. Although that said, now I've got a semi-portable rig. I do enjoy carrying that outside and getting set up, and I'm, as of right now as well, running that side by side. Oh, crikey, I've just noticed someone's donated $10 as well. But yeah, I'm running that as well right now on, if I can just try and show you, the tablet just there. So I've got my ASI Air rig outside on that as well. Let me just catch up properly. Lucas Vanegas gifted a membership. Thank you, Lucas. It's kind of you, buddy. Dinesh, thanks for all the tutorials. They've helped me a lot. Oh, that's awesome of you, Dinesh. Thank you very much indeed for your support there, mate. I'm glad there's been some use for you. I really, really am. Thank you. Just try to get caught up a little bit. Chrome Remote Desktop is the recommended one for Starfront. Yeah, that's fair, Mike. I am actually running Chrome Remote Desktop right now, as it happens, on my my second rig. So there it is, Chrome Remote Desktop going to Astro Mini. In my case, just, it works well. Yeah, it does work pretty damn well. There's a few settings you can change as well on Chrome Remote Desktop. Make it look a little bit better. If you change encoder to VP9, it looks a lot better than the default. I think it's encoding in H.264 or something. But yeah, good. Again, an ultra long-winded way of saying it's pretty good. Gideon, Luke, my man. How's it going, Gideon? Nice of you to come spend some time. Good day. How's it going, Steve? Nice of you as well, buddy. It really is a pleasure, guys, to have you here, spending some of your time with me. I appreciate it. Southern astrophotography students. That's one way to look at it, isn't it? If they're there, I mean, it'd be rude not to. Oh, Willie, by the way, bought PixInsight. Congratulations, Willie. That's superb, mate. I think you're going to really enjoy your investment for a long time to come. Gary Maker, thanks for the live sessions. Gary, that's really, really kind of you. Thank you, mate. That's cracky. We've got loads of support pouring in tonight. That's absolutely awesome of you. Hey, Luke, thanks for the support and advice on my new mount. No problem at all. No problem at all, mate. It was really cool of you to send that picture through today. I liked seeing your rig. If you wish, mate, if you want to show people your rig, now it's set up. Damn it, I've just realised this is set to top chat rather than live. I'm so sorry if I've missed anybody's messages as a result of that. But yeah, if you want to send your results, what you've been imaging, your rigs or anything like that, just click the link to Discord at the top and we will be taking a look through that tonight. So yeah, it's all here, ready to go. We can take a good look through this thing and see what people have been up to, what you've been imaging. It's good, it's a fun way to spend a bit of time. It looks like a few people have been posting some results as well, so that's really cool. Looking forward to going through all of those, guys. We've got a fair few to look at. The Discord's really, really pretty active at the minute. It's doing all right. Can't complain at all. So, just trying to make one more quick push on catching up here. We can maybe run a live stack using SharpCap for a bit and see what tonight's data is just looking like for a moment as well, unless you'd rather we just dive into the Discord sooner rather than later. That's also an option for you. But yeah, I'm open to suggestions. Basically, I'm just here for a good time, chilling out with you guys. That's what it's all about. Is there a problem with my dark frames? They look fine to me. Let's just see. Hang on. If you've got some issues with your frames, Dinesh, if you do have the Discord, if you're a member already or something, it might be worth posting in there. Then other people can take a look and hopefully, help analyze what could be going wrong, if something's going wrong at all. Let's just see. Bray Falls did a great remote observing presentation on the Astro Imaging channel recently. Cool. Yeah, that's good to know. Thank you for telling us about that one, Noddy. Where better to hear it from, than the man himself. Dinesh is just saying, thanks for all the answers. No problem at all, Dinesh. Yeah, I mean, I'm just here to chill. You know what I mean, mate? It's no problem at all. Recently saw Adam Block's video. He said the luminosity of dark frames should be less than the lights, but when I check my narrowband lights and darks are the same. So maybe are your light frames a little bit underexposed, perhaps, which would give you an average ADU readout, probably close to the dark or bias value of your frames. It could only ever really happen, I guess, in narrowband, that if you have particularly narrow filters. But what's your exposure lengths that you're using, Dinesh? I would ask. Maybe we can start trying to get to the bottom of that. Threw up a video on their YouTube page earlier, says Mark. Nice. So that's for the Celestron C6. I've got you. Sammy, how's it going, Sammy? Thanks for joining in, mate. Daniel Loads, how's it going? Can't believe I'm still waiting for the scope from ASCAR. Oh, damn. Is there a bit of a delay for the ASCAR 71F? I imagine it's due to popularity, mate. I think they've been selling absolutely tons of those scopes. Have you seen the Skywarcher HAC 125 F2 for 500 quid? I have, Gideon. I have, and I just can't do it. It looks like a right pain in the ass, to be honest with you. I mean, without being too rough, but like that classic Skywatcher build quality, it's a little bit iffy, I've got to say. And on something that's F2, I think it's just asking for trouble. Myself, I don't like the look of the focuser either. The fact that it's like up front, so any focusing operations, you've got to like get in front of your scope and fiddle around. Just seems a bit nuts, but admittedly it is cheap. That's for sure. Should check the origin price. Oh Mike, yeah, mate, I know you mean the Celestron Origin, the 6-inch RASA-esque smart telescope. That's is pretty nuts, isn't it? Pricey, stick to my C6 and Hyperstar. Yeah, gotta agree, Darren. Overall, mate, I missed I missed Musk's gassy fidget spinner too. Oh damn, it looks like loads of us missed that. Thank you again, Lucas, for that, mate. Abdiffuser's based flat. It's called a Lambertian light source. Lambertian. But yeah, I've tried various types of diffusive materials. Right, you know, away from tracing paper, that kind of thing, to the certain fabrics, the classic white t-shirt method. And they're all right. They are all admittedly an improvement on just like a flat panel balanced on the end, which can still work if it's not too bright. But for me, the best has been trying to ensure that the light is roughly collimated with the tube of the scope, if you like, for want of a better explanation. Just like mimicking, in a way, the way that the light is entering when you're taking photons on your actual chosen target as closely as possible. So having your flat source be distant and not too bright does seem to follow, at least applying some mental gymnastics to it, but I don't know. It's worked for me. Thank you again, by the way, Gary. That were really, really kind of you, mate. I appreciate it. Steve Beckett, have you had to play with the new SETI Astro stuff? No, Steve. We were talking about this actually at the start of the stream. It's something I definitely need to get on with. Like, I know that it's pumping out loads and loads of good stuff. It's just I've been a little bit phobic of change just recently because I'm processing images well. I think they look pretty, and I'm basically just worried that adding a load of extra stuff is going to be going to upset the apple cart somewhat. But yeah. Downloaded it onto my really inadequate laptop and been watching his new vids. To be honest, I'm bloody useless no matter what I use. Oh, nah, it don't have to be that way, Steve. If you really feel frustrated by processing, though, I do have some tutorials aimed at beginners, effectively, and hopefully they could be of some use to you if you've seen some of those. But admittedly, the downside of my tutorials is I just try to show you how I do things, which might not be technically perfect. Probably isn't technically perfect if I'm being perfectly honest with you, but it works. It certainly does, and it does include a lot of, unfortunately, the top tools. But yeah, nothing's perfect. Pixinsight made me addicted to YouTube, says old geezer casing. That's fair enough, mate. Back up a bit, Luke. Gideon says, oh, classic. So my streaming page has crashed. Can anybody confirm if we are indeed still live, or if we've got bigger issues going on now? Are we still live? Seems like we've got a little bit of a delay going on if we are still live. Ah, brilliant. Thank you, guys. I'm just seeing your notifications coming through there. That's awesome. Thank you for taking the time to help me out there and let me know. This is a bit of a recurring issue, you know. We are seeing a lot of crashes on the YouTube streaming page, and I've tried both Firefox and like back to Chrome now as well. Not sure what's going on, but we're doing as best. Thank you, guys. Thank you. That's awesome of you. Let's just get finalized here a moment if we can. Back up a bit, Luke. I must have missed what you were saying there, Gideon. Oh, still waiting for my S203 filler, which the very competent people of UPS failed to deliver. No note left behind, and now I have to jump through 36 hoops to get my package. Oh, Gideon. Oof, that's a bit rough, mate. DP John, by the way, hello there, mate. Good to see you in another live stream. I know you joined in on the last one. That was cool. Jordi Joffrey, good evening from Barcelona. Hopefully I've got your name right there, Jordi. Also running a remote imaging session on M106 now. Nice. Thanks for all the tutorials. Your channel is awesome. That's really kind of you to say, Jordi. Thank you, mate. I'm really pleased to hear that you've been getting some use out of those. The Raster 6 can't be 2,500. That's what the Raster 8 costs. That's what I thought, Darren. Yeah, I'm a little bit perplexed by that. Yeah. I did clearly miss a few messages, unfortunately. It keeps defaulting itself back to top chat. Professional streamer, by the way. Definitely not. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. Let's just see. Richard's Astrophotography. Good evening, all. Good evening, Richard. I hope we're all out there imaging. More on M51 for you, then switching to M104 later. Very nice. Checking the weather for Leeds now, as well as Gloucestershire. Steve Folks. Hi from near Hereford, UK. Clear here too, and I'm imaging the Galaxy NGC 2903 in Leo. Oh, nice. I'm uncertain which one that is, actually. NGC 2903, was it? 2903. Ah, that's a blooming pretty target there, mate. For anybody else wondering. The Bard Spiral. That thing. Nice choice, mate. Yeah, nice choice. What about your second rig, the SQA on the EQ6, says Nick Guy? Yeah, mate, it's running smooth. We're doing okay. We're getting a little bit photo bombed just there by some satellites and such going through, but this is taking shots on the whale and the hockey stick more as just a test, to be honest, more than anything. I'm not actually trying anything too serious on this rig just lately. What I'm waiting for is for some of those summer nebulae to rise. I'd really like to put some time in on that rig using the mini mono setup. So some HSO imaging on particularly the Cygnus Wall, the Pelican, etc., etc. You know what I mean? That's the plan really for this. So it's basically just idling a bit, gathering some data. We can either use it or not down the line. But it seems, better than having it just sat there largely doing nothing. Danny, how's it going, Danny? Nice to see you. I am indeed doing fine. Yeah, I hope you are well too. Steve Lyon, HAC 125 is a pain to collimate and focus. Also a pain to set. Yeah, got you. But it is quick. That's fair enough. Focus setup is not the best. Yeah, this is kind of one of the main worries about it, to be honest. I mean, getting a scope mechanically optimized, even for F5 or F4 or something, is difficult. Like, it's quite difficult. So the cheaper Newtonians running at F4 can be a right pain in the arse. They really, really can. So F2, oof, that just it screams of issues to me. Do you know what I mean? It just seems like it's gonna be a pain. But yeah, tonight plan Astro Indian X. Well, mate, what we're doing is we're just running some frames on M63, gathering some data for hopefully a future data share and processing tutorial / challenge, etc. On this target. We've got other ones lined up already, so there will probably be a bit of a flurry of kind of workflows, tutorials, and challenges coming out, along with the respective judging videos for those as well, where we go through and give people critiques. As I think that's useful. I feel like every time I've done one of those critiques, I've come away feeling like I've learned something. So hopefully they're useful for you guys too. But that's the plan for tonight, really. And then a little bit later on, you can see I've got a link pinned to the Discord. We're going to be taking a look, actually probably quite soon, at what you guys have been doing. What images you've been taking just recently, what your rigs are, and yeah, how it's been hanging overall. Quite a warm night, you can see tonight. 10.8 degrees outside. It's really picked up just lately. I'm glad to see it. Appears we're having some small issues with the streaming software, but hopefully it's still all right. Sorry about this, guys. But yeah, just joined your Discord. Welcome aboard, Mark. Thank you for joining, mate. Thank you again, by the way, everybody who just helped me out there and let me know we were still live after that crash. And thank you, Richard's Astrophotography, for a very kind donation there, mate. I appreciate the support. That can go straight into the new nappies fund for Felix. Oh yes, I tell you what, we've been having some fun with him lately. He's really like fully booted up now, so he's just every day is some more fun. To be honest, it's very, very good indeed. Tiring though, definitely tiring. Keith Thompson. Hi Luke, although clear outside, unfortunately work early in the morning, so I thought I'd join in for a bit. Hey, I hope you enjoy your evening with us, Keith. That's what it's all about, mate. Stars will still be there when you get some time off, won't there? Nobody type. Yes. That would have flummoxed me. It's a Chrome thing that crashes. Yeah, I mean, next time we can try once again on Firefox if you think, Stan. It's just I had the same thing happening on that, which is what prompted me in the first place to try going back to Chrome for this. You know what I mean? Just as you're getting to my comments, I did find it up there, Gideon. Sorry about that, mate. I've watched them all, Luke. Awesome, Steve. Decent PC is next. Yes, you're live. Thank you. Use Opera. I'm a little bit iffy with that. I don't know. We will see. Only a small thank you as an older single dad, so on a tight budget. Hey, mate, honestly, I really, really appreciate the support, Richard. I do. Thank you for all your work and live streams. Yeah, thank you, Richard. Thank you, mate. I think you're doing a fab job. Look forward to these streams. Hey, thank you, DP John. That's very kind of you to say. I sometimes feel like I'm, lagging a little bit behind, because I am, in a way. But at least while we're still, getting this kind of amount of viewers, we're currently like I think 122 concurrent viewers right now. I feel like I can just about answer people's questions and comments and things like that semi-comfortably. I'm not going to say completely comfortably. But no, it's a good time, all in all. Can't complain. Had to leave for work at 5 a.m. Ooh, Edward, that's rough, mate. So I'll sleep while imaging, pack it up when I wake up. Nice one. Devesh Pandey, good evening, Luke from Michigan, USA. Good evening, Devesh. I'll be imaging M106 tonight with my Edge HD 8 and a 294mm. Lovely stuff. Locaton says, turns out every time you're live, I'm working on a lab report. Okay. I always keep you open in the corner of my screen. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for joining in, Locaton. Like I say, and I really mean it to everybody who joins in. It wouldn't be possible without you. So, yeah, thank you. I really do appreciate it. Nice to see you here, Sammy, as well. What is the mean ADU for the M63? I'll check that out for you, Sammy. I think the previous nights it's been about 9,000 or so, something like that. So it's a bit bright tonight, actually. 11.3. Interesting. Almost certainly far brighter tonight than Sammy. So I do wonder if, like Pete's Astrophotography said earlier on, if we're getting a bit of sky glow from Aurora potentially, because it looks a little bit bright, don't it? It does look a touch bright. Let's just check that out. Actually, let's dive in and try to find out on the fly, and we can problem solve and see whether we're just wasting us time tonight or not. So documents, Nina. So the last few nights I've been trying my best. Every single chance I've taken at M63. So this was the last of the NGC 3108 or whatever it is. I can't quite remember. And now we started M63, I think. So these, let's check the histogram. So average values are 10.4K there. A little bit later in the night, we were down to 9.6. By the end of the night, 9.2, 9K. All right, so that's that session. So that was the 24th. On the 25th, so the other night, we were running 10.4 at the start of the night. That's a big 10.4, good buddy. 8.4K roughly. Midnight, 8K. So it didn't seem actually too bad. the other night. It did start to brighten up a bit there, though. You can see some something going on. 10,480. So there is stuff passing through. Fair enough. But yeah, looks like about 8K on those. And then tonight, as we're seeing, let's just check using the ASI Fits viewer, though, just in case we've seen any inconsistencies in read out values. But yeah, wow, 14.9K. Damn, 13.8K. We're seeing Aurora, aren't we? Almost certainly. Let's just, what's the website now for Aurora activity? Try to find this for you. Take a look at that. Yeah, almost certainly. It's got to be some, hasn't there? I would imagine anyway. I'm sure someone who understands Aurora tables, geomagnetic activity, better could confirm. But I know my friend Pete there is definitely saying he's seen a bunch, so it would stand to reason we're getting it here. But yeah, hey, thank you for that question. That was quite interesting to try to figure out slightly there. Hopefully not too boring for you guys to watch me kind of work through these things. But yeah, this is what it's all about. So thank you, Sammy. Darren71, I looked at the HAC125 and then changed my mind and went with C6 and Hyperstar. Better camera options. Yeah, indeed, mate. I've got to say, if I were looking for a real small, like giga-fast high astrograph, it would probably be something like a C6 and a Hyperstar, or that way on. It's really manageably sized, isn't it? Not too much mass to that primary mirror, so it should not flop around. It should, you know, hopefully hold collimation comfortably as well, given that the Hyperstar itself also won't be too massive. So yeah, that said, I think the Hyperstar is a really good system these days, especially these later revisions. Like I've got the Hyperstar V4 for the Edge on there, and I have to say the only time I've needed to recollimate it is after changing cameras, which is, you know, quite a significant amount of torque being applied to the thing in order to get the camera off, put it back on, etc. I even had to change face plates to be able to change to this 585 camera, so that could have knocked the collimation too. But other than that, it is rock steady Eddie. It's pretty damn good. Mark Astro Z Boyd, pricing on the RAS 6 seems to have been dusted with Trump tax. Potentially, mate. Potentially. On the Discord, you could have a section box to show workflows. Hey, potentially, mate. Working through stuff. Ian Sodi, how's it going, Ian? On M83 tonight, GSO 18-inch Newton and an ASI 533MC, and the Cone Nebula on the C-Star device. Damn, nice stuff. First time in EQ mode. I like EQ mode. I'm just concerned about the chance for tip over on smaller tripods, though, I will say that. I'm hopefully going to get my C-Star EQ mode video published shortly for you. I need to get on with that as well. I haven't imaged in 4 weeks. This week will be the final before the clouds come in. Hopefully you get a chance soon, mate. Troubleshooting the proper rig. PhD 2 is losing the tracking cam. Just trying to think what that could be for you, mate. Could be if you've got a lot of other devices on the same USB strip. If you're using something like a splitter or whatnot, it could be a bit overloaded. Maybe try giving it a different USB, one on its own, ideally, if you can, into your rig. But I'm just throwing stuff out there. It might not be at all relevant to you, Ian. Starlink's Marlin Bush, hey there. Hope you and the family are well. Thank you, mate. Yeah, we're doing super well. Thank you. Hope you're keeping well too. Been watching you. Okay, and been learning from you for years. Damn. I have a question. I have a Z2O 183 mm and MC. Should have been it with an 8-inch. Nah, I'd probably use it native, to be honest with you. I mean, I know 2.4 micron pixels in those things are pretty damn small, but I will say, I reckon that the 183, I've quite a lot of experience with the 183 under my belt. I think it's probably at its best at bin 1, to be honest with you. The noise appears to be very fine. It's manageable. Yeah, it's manageable. You could, though, if you're having trouble with file sizes, you could bin 2x2, and it's still very, very, very good. Don't get me wrong. 175 watching. Blimey. Didn't realise that. It's only showing 116 concurrent for me on my YouTube studio thing. Can anybody confirm, by the way? Just if you have a minute. I mean, don't feel obligated to, but can anybody try and confirm if the closed captions are working now for the hard of hearing part of our audience? Because I know that, like I say, we have had a few people jump in and say they appreciate that kind of thing. Just hoping that tonight we've finally cracked the code and got it set up. Been reported of Aurora in London. Seberti, thank you for sharing that, mate. Yeah, so that's probably likely what we're seeing. Just widespread Aurora. It's not taking much form though, is it? Sometimes you'll see it really get pulled into fine filaments and strips and it looks absolutely tremendous, but other times you just get glow. You know what I mean? Awesome, thank you guys. Closed captions are working. Oh, brilliant, thank you. That's really, really good. I'm glad to hear that. I want to try and make the stream accessible to anybody who wants to watch it, basically. That's the key thing. So hopefully the delay, from me just asking that to you guys replying, by the way, wasn't that long. So it looks like even normal delay mode is still fine. Probably a bit overkill doing what I was doing before, using like low latency mode, which blocks out closed captions, unfortunately. Now it's just a case of, do I speak clearly enough for closed captions to be effective? I don't know. That's a question all of its own. Thought it's ball 8 and street light on. Not worth looking for Aurora in Ireland is drizzling. Ooh. Not even the Astro kind, just the wet kind. Fair enough, mate. Evening, Luke. Evening, all. Thank you, Debo. How's it going, mate? Having more luck than me. I've given up on the Tiger's Eye Galaxy. Kept losing the Guide Star. Clear skies. Damn. Well, hopefully get another chance to put some time on that thing. That's a target I really want to hit, by the way, as well. The last time I was asking for target suggestions and we were going through a few different things up in Ursa Major, as you can see right there, the constellation on my all-sky cam. Pretty well placed. So I'm looking for stuff around here, mainly. That did come up, Tiger's Eye, and I kind of wish we'd have tried it, but like usual, basically, I find myself making all sorts of plans like, yeah, I really want to shoot some different targets now and not do the same stuff again and again, but I just can't control myself. I see M51 is up and I'm like, yep, we're shooting M51 or M63 and things like that. I just can't help myself. I think I'd need physically forcing to start shooting some more interesting targets now, but we do need to do it. Certainly. I would like to teach others on post-processing. We're a community and we can help each other. Yeah, mate, for sure. I think there's always room for people trying to help others. You know what I mean? I think it was a wandering focus. Okay, Ian, got you. Let's just catch up now. So the working, a little bit delayed, but working. Thank you. Yeah, that's awesome to hear. Seem accurate too. Nice. Oh, well, that's fantastic. I'm glad we've finally got that one figured out. Like I say, that's really good. Doing a great job with your words. Brilliant. That's wonderful. Closed captions even works for Northerners. Superb. Jamie Erskine. Evening all. Sold my old mount last month and still waiting for the new mount to be delivered. And it seems like nothing but clear skies the last 3 weeks. It hurts. Oh, crikey, Steve Peckett just there with £25 donation. Told you I'm useless. It's taken me 3 live streams to figure out how to do this. Thanks for all the content, Luke. Well, Steve, blimey, thank you so much for that, mate. That's wonderful support, and I genuinely, and I mean this goes out to all of you. I really do appreciate the support that you give. It makes this whole thing like some kind of really good dream, basically. Can you imagine I get to do this as my job? It's it's mad. I'm one lucky chap, and it's all thanks to the support from you guys. It really is. Thank you. Another rig always forces more targets. This is the problem though, Mike. If I get another rig, I'm just going to shoot M51 with it. or Orion when it's up, you know what I mean? I can't help myself. I guess we can now, at this point, if you're down for it, guys, jump over into the Discord, and I'll pull that up. hopefully we can try to make this sort of work for us. I'll pin this to one half of the screen. Whoop. Get the Discord on the other half of the screen. Never the two shall combine. We'll just make this a little bit more in favour of the Discord window. Streaming software appears to still be okay, so yeah, let's jump into this a little bit and take a look at some people's work. So first things first, let's figure out just about where we left things off last time. Are you guys still okay with this? By the way, I know I asked last time and it seemed like people were enjoying it, but I enjoy it. I just hope that you enjoy it too. It's a good way to, I think, engage with the community, see what you've been up to, basically. It's just I hope that people don't mind when I'm offering critiques and things like that, because as I've mentioned before, I never intend them from a position of, you know, like I am the all-knowing oracle, because I'm just quite simply not. But I think there's always use in having fresh eyes looking at your image. That's my takeaway from it anyway, and yeah, hopefully you enjoy the feedback. Let's review some Astrobin accounts if we can all share. Potentially that's something we could do at some point, mate. Yeah. By the way, loving the ASCII SQA55, brilliant. Keith, me and all, by the way, mate. Can't wait for Cygnus to get higher. I think that's going to be a ton of fun. You're not the only one wanting to make a donation. I think you did it twice. I can run an EQ8 with an Edge 11 and this stumped me. Oh, I'm sorry to hear it's a bit of a bugger to get working, but thank you again, by the way, guys, for the support. It really is awesome. Love the review. Oh, so it seems like you guys are enjoying it then. That's good. Super. Yeah, let's crack on with that then. Because, like I say, I always feel like I learned something on the way through myself. So overall, it's a positive. Now, I know that I posted this during the last live stream and I talked to you about it, saying like, hey, this is how you do that. So let's try to move from... I think we saw Jim's horsehead. I do remember seeing Jim's horsehead here because we talked about him using StarNet to take his stars out because it saw a slight grid pattern, I think, if memory is serving correctly. So we've seen that one. Pretty sure we saw the 4-ax palette work right there. I'm reckoning we saw Joe Bob's image right here and moved on. Ah, no, I remember seeing this one as well. He said, be gentle or something. Please be kind. Yeah, there we go. All right, so we'll look from Mark's image right here and then we can go forwards, I reckon. Even my team know not to ask me IT questions. Apparently slam it on the desk isn't the right answer. Sometimes it is though, Steve, you know what I mean? Also love M51, just did it in HA. Nice. Quite interesting and pleasing image. I'd love to see that, mate, if you get the chance to share that. But yeah, let's crack on then. So Mark Z. Boyd, 180 second subs. Best of what I managed to get over several nights in October and November last year. Altair Astro 72 EDF ×1 flattener, a 269C, filter draw, tri-RGB, Warp Astron WD-20 mount. You know what? I'm almost thinking we might have seen this one last time, potentially. But yeah, overall. So right then, Mark, let's jump in. Overall, nice shot, mate. Good deep stretch has been applied. A lot of dusty stuff going on. Black point, reasonable. I'd say it's well within the reasonable range, just from my taste. As I always say, it's just a me taste thing, you know what I mean? We're all different. Nothing's lost for sure, so nothing's clipped and it's not too high. There's a blue cast. Overall, the dark spots of the image though, so I will say potentially maybe you shot this during some moonlight or something has happened that's let some of that O3 bleed through everywhere and give kind of a blue background cast. Overall, I think if I was going to change anything with the image, the depth of stretch is good. Probably I'd try to amp up these kind of coppery and red tones through here, mate, with a bit of masking. The blue is a little bit muted, but I think it's in keeping with rest of image. So yeah, nice work. I will leave you a heart on that. of course, buddy. M42, the Orion Nebula from AJ, Canon T7. What's a HFR of full width half max tonight, by the way, you're asking? Use your heart mode. Brilliant, yes. There's the brain in action, you see. Thank you, Nugsy. Use your heart emote, Mike, where you left off. Yes, you're quite right. So I think I was probably just about right then. Luckily for me. What's that? HFR or full width half max tonight. Depends on scope you're using, of course, as to what your HFRs are going to look like. I mean, on the SQA rig right here, depending on filter, it varies a little bit. But we're seeing 156, 16, 17, 157, etc. Really quite low on that rig. And on the second rig, if I just find this for you real quick. 213, 215, 212, etc. So again, pretty tight. If you're imaging at a very long focal length though, at bin 1 or something, you're going to see HFRs which are much bigger than that, but that doesn't necessarily mean your data is less sharp or anything like that. It's just because both of these are quite coarsely sampled overall, so don't worry too much about that, I would say. I hope that answers what you were actually asking there, and I haven't just gone off on one of the classic Luke tangents. But yeah, let's just get both of these open again. Right. Just thought you'd like to know, I finished the best fillet steak I've ever cooked. Damn, mate, that sounds good already. That sounds good already. So you're here, Mark. Brilliant. Probably a bit of Moonlight and local Muppet with his spot lamps. Fair enough. Hopefully that feedback was useful to you, Mark. Anyway, mate. Yeah, I think it's overall a nice shot. So AJ's shot here of M42, Canon T7, 75-300 lens. So it's a kit lens at f5.6, so wide open. I think that they generally is wide open at f5.6. 2-second exposures, so unguided or something, I'm guessing, or just on a tripod. An old picture I took of M42 when it wasn't cloudy. My computer screen displays different colours on my phone. Yeah, absolutely understand that. Kind of hard to edit properly. Car looks monochromatic, but I like the blue and horse head and flame details. Got ya. Yeah, I think so. For me, obviously there's some kind of issue going on up here, right? You know, you can see there's nothing really worth keeping up there. The stars are really, is it astigmatism or chromatic? Hard to tell with it being a lens like, but I'd probably crop out the juicy part of this image to a 16:9 crop, probably of just this region here. That would probably be a bit easier to work on overall, but you would lose some of the context, wider speaking, of where Orion and the horsehead and flame are placed. But that would be my choice. The background overall is quite colour mottled, obviously, because you're dealing with a lot of read noise, taking short exposures on DSLR. And a little bit of thermal noise too, undoubtedly. M42 is lacking some colour. I think you're quite right in there, and it's hard to say exactly why, but I reckon if you ran SCNR over this image, it looks predominantly green that's taking over a lot of the brighter parts of this image. So Alnitak right there, Alni Lam right there, and Orion and the Running Man. They are strongly green cast, so if you ran SCNR over this image, you may find that it would help recover some of the natural colour balance, because even something that should be like yellowish white, the Flame Nebula right there, that's got a green cast too, even though it's not desperately overly prevalent over the you know, the dominant part of the image, this background. That's probably what I'd try. Crop it out, background extract if you've got access to something that can run background extraction, even if it's Cyril, and SCNR. That's what I'd do. All good, thanks for taking a look. Hey, no problem, Mark. Use your Pixie Sight Guide and the Pelican for pointers, and thanks for the feedback, mate. No problem at all, Mark. No problem at all. And thank you for sharing your images. That goes for everybody, by the way. I really do appreciate you taking the time to share your images, share what you've been working on. Because, you know, being able to go through and take a look at them and try to scrutinize what we see, I think ultimately helps everybody. So you're doing your part in helping people out that way too. So it's a win-win as far as I'm concerned. 300mm f5.6 or f8. Okay. Edited in Lightroom mobile, so just done on your phone. Very moody shots, mate. Very, very moody shots. Yeah, I like that you've managed to capture some background stars as well as the eclipse happening right there. Cool. There's that same green cast though, so I don't really know what's going on there. But yeah, perhaps even on these images, lunar as they be, SCNR could be applied, perhaps to help a little bit there. So Monkey Head Nebula. Oh blimey, we've had another studio crash. I'm gonna assume that it's just the studio that's crashed and we're still actually live and good. Seems to be that case, generally speaking. I'll just get the chat panel back up for us though. Righty, back to live chat. I'm just going to assume it's good and we'll continue on. So to int, ASI 183MC, Apertura 75 quad, Optolong L enhance. Correcting your assumption. Thank you guys, appreciate that. Thought that was Mars with class thinking how. Fair enough, mate. Yeah, appreciate that, guys. Cheers. What would I do without you, basically? I like this shot to int. So Optolong L enhance. It's interesting, even with the L enhance, though, that you've managed to pick up what looks like a region of reflection nebula up at the top of the monkey head or whatever it is right here. That's nice to see. Overall, your background's smoothness is good. The profiles of your stars are quite good too, though it could stand an application of something like BlurXTerminator. Just from a me perspective, that's what I'd do. But you've controlled noise very nicely in the image and have applied a good deep stretch overall, I would say. It just looks like there's a background cast in terms of colour. Hopefully that comes through on the stream for you, but what I can clearly see throughout most of the background, particularly all these regions around here, there's a little bit up here that's biased towards blue, but most of it has a green cast overall, so that's what I can see. But I think it's a nice, tastefully processed image, yeah, overall, so well done. Well done on that. I'll give you a heart on there. I had a second crash just before you said about it. Damn. OBS is a booger for me too. You know what, Brian? OBS has been crashing consistently throughout the previous streams, but tonight it's been pretty steady, actually. We've been lucky on that side. It's more the, the streaming panel itself, so the part that communicates with OBS through YouTube. It's that's been a bit of a nightmare. 211 Milkman, composite eclipse moon. I liked this. I saw it, yeah, I've already mentioned to him, so I saw he posted this image. Composite image of the moon during the eclipse, overexposed one image so I could get the stars, blended it into a normal exposed image, processed in PixInsight and Photoshop. Nice. So there's been some quality wizardry applied to this, and overall it's getting a very, very satisfying result. Now, obviously, if we're going to be totally fair, we should say, yeah, the black point's clipped a little bit, but for an image like this, doesn't matter, I would say. I don't think it really matters. That he's had to clip that black point. I think it's fine in context with everything else that's going on. This is what we're looking at, really, ain't it? So yeah, I like it. I've already liked that as well. So yeah, good stuff, Milkman. If you catch this stream catching up at any point or anything, mate, cracking work on that. Kieran Williams, 270 2-minute subs. Okay. Skywatcher 200p, EQ6R Pro, and a Canon 60D processed in PixInsight. Let's take a look. So, background is pretty neutral coloured overall, with maybe, hard to fully confirm, but it looks like a very slight overall blue bias, but man, it's really, really small. Probably not even worth trying to address. What is quite interesting though is that I know that the owl itself should have another like shell on the outside right there that should be coming through in like an orangey red. And it's not visible. So I'm wondering what's gone on in processing. Now, there is some kind of grid pattern, unfortunately, over a lot of this image as well that I'm seeing. So it's not prevalent around the middle here. And it looks like any large scale gradients mostly have been dealt with. There's a bit creeping and across top left, bottom right. But generally speaking, it's fairly flattened. But there is some, like a hatch going across this image that I'm not sure will make it through compression on the live stream. So some squiffiness been applied during processing here. And also one extra point if you want it. It looks like you're seeing potentially some mirror clip diffraction in the dispersion around brighter stars. So that would be these shadowed regions right here. Hard to say for sure, given the spacing of those looks slightly irregular. It looks almost like they're 120 degrees apart nearly, or something like that. Yeah, that's a hard one to solve, but if you want to get rid of those, you can always mask your mirror clips, if indeed that's what was causing it for you. But overall, yeah, I think there's some more that could be done with this, I think, mate, to get a bit of that, a little bit of that red out. But if your Canon 60D is not modified, maybe that's the issue, because I would imagine it's probably predominantly hydrogen alpha. So if you're using a non-modified Canon, that's probably the problem. Just realised I was watching in 720p. 1440 is better. Yeah, fair enough, mate. Hopefully 1440 is working fine for you as well. Can I get people's views? Says Ian Sodi on the remote imaging services like Telescope Live. Is it worth using it to get my processing skills up? Any specific southern hemisphere targets to grab? Oof. Southern hemisphere, mate, is packed with beautiful targets. So that's another thing, actually. Someone earlier on in chat was talking about, how do I feel about remote imaging, just in a very general sense. And I think that's one way it's really not that arguable that it could be a major boon. If you can ship a telescope to the opposite hemisphere, then you can cover the whole of the sky, practically. You know what I mean? Reasonably speaking, which is a major advantage, isn't it? Early attempt at the owl with an unmodded DSLR was just green too. Got ya. Yeah, so it's probably that then, mate. It's like these Canon 60D is probably unmodded and thus, like, pretty much can't pick up HA, just about due to being clipped by the filter, the UV filter that they put in these things, and infrared rather. Astrobloke, hashtag Pleiades. So this is Glenn Clowder, my mate Astrobloke. He's got a Discord of his own as well. Do believe he's got links to join that on Facebook or something. But yeah, he's got a YouTube channel, top bloke, nice chap. And here is his M45, so let's take a look at this. So, it's a nice shot, good and deep, and a nice deep stretch has been applied. If I want to start giving some critical feedback, it looks like background extraction's been unsuccessful overall, and it's left M45 sunk in a hole against the background. So, don't know how well this will come through for you, but it looks like it's sat in a kind of a donut with extracted background around it. So all this looks good. All this background here, all around the outside. But M45 has the appearance of being recessed. Likely, due to that background extraction doing that. Not sure why it would have done that, but also there's a few color balance issues going on in the image. So dust is leaning towards, I want to say, reddish with hints of magenta creeping through on stars. Not sure where that's coming in. That could be the telescope that's used. Not sure. Really couldn't comment. But if you could have applied the same sort of colouring that you've got on M45 to the image in a larger sense across the whole of the image, that would have been really beautiful, I think. But overall, it's a lovely shot, and I don't want to sound like I'm trashing it or something like that, because I'm not. It's very pretty. It's just that background extraction has left it recessed for me. A little bit of green cast as well. Well, I realised I didn't actually fully address the colour balance I was talking about. So yeah, background needs some SCNR. Other than that, it looks pretty neutral in terms of the rest. The colour gamut on display, it's just that green bias that's throwing things off. But yeah, there's more to be had, I reckon, out of that one, Glenn. If you do ever see this, I'd be well happy if I took that M45 that Glenn took. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, Astrobloke's Discord link is in your channel. Got you on self promo. I can post his link here if you will allow it. Yeah. Give it a try, Stan, if you want. Yeah, that's good thinking there, mate. Thank you. Alan Pabs Astro. So we've seen the same thing here, by the way. I don't know if you can make that out. Background extraction has left the main target recessed. So that's just how it looks to me. It looks like it's been pushed back into the background, and not in a good way, not in like, oh, this adds depth. and dimension to the image, it just looks like an error kind of thing. So I'm assuming that you've taken the stars out of this image at some point potentially and then put them back in, but they've lost luminosity as part of that process. So hard to say why that's happened or how, but definitely stars should be a lot brighter than this, of course, to look like they're all being viewed through a haze or a fog of some kind. Likely the wrong rescreening math has been applied. If indeed they were screened back in, they could have just been removed and then added back in at a lower overall value. That's potentially something that's happened there. Colour balance is not that bad, to be honest. Leaning towards a little bit purple in the O3 regions in the core of this. It looks like one-shot colour data that is applied a Hubble palette tutorial to. And the rest of the tadpoles around the outside has been left just a little bit yellow for my tastes. So if I was you, I would apply a blue mask, pull back a little bit on the blue, or push up a little bit on the green. Either way will give you the effect you're looking for, which would be to make this overall appear more teal in colour and less leaning towards, you know, bluish purple. And this outside here, I'd apply a yellow mask, which will catch all of that pretty much in one, with a really good catch rate, I reckon. And just apply a little bit of an upshift on red, potentially on that one. You could even apply a small up on the high points of yellow, green rather, to give you these yellow edges, but pull down again on the lower parts of the green slider. But yeah, background extraction is the big thing that's held this image back, I reckon, and that screening, whatever's gone on there. So that's hopefully some constructive feedback for you there, Alan, Pabs Astro, if you've seen this. Otherwise, I think there's more to be had out of this data, I really do, but I can certainly appreciate what you are going for with this. I don't know if you're in chat still or anything like that. Let's just see. So that link right there that Stan's just posted is a link to Astrobloke's Discord, if anybody wants to join that. Will Owen, evening. How's it going, Will? Nice to see you, mate. Cracking looking tadpole. Yeah, we're going through people's submissions now, Will. So if you want to post anything to the Discord, mate, go ahead. We're working our way through, taking a look at what people have been up to, basically. Astrophotography, man, my PC is very unhappy having 895 25 meg images open. Crikey. Time-lapse editing is always fun. Bloody heck, that's rough for us. How's it going, Derry, by the way, mate? Nice to see you here in another stream. So, Chuck's Astrophotography posted this 6 days ago, reposting some old Detroit data. Explore Scientific 127mm scope, ZWO ASI 1600mm camera, CGX mount, astronomic filters, HAO3 and sulfur 2. Okay, so let's, I'm assuming HAO3 and sulfur, or maybe that's just two different, I don't know, probably a HOS, and it's got to be. Let's take a look anyway, full size. So, wow, that's an eye-catching shot, I have to say, with a non-standard looking colour palette applied, giving it kind of a coppery rust appearance to those HA regions, which I'm here for. You know, as long as it's like a deliberate processing choice that someone's applied, I'm all for non-standard palettes on narrowband stuff, absolutely. And the O3 is nicely coloured, pretty tasteful overall, I'd say. There appears to be like a bit too much AI sharpening going on here, to the point where almost certainly it looks like hallucination in some degree. So again, who am I to pull apart someone else's images? I'm just trying to help for what it's worth. And maybe, you know, you don't want my help at all. That's absolutely fine too. Absolutely fine. I fully understand. But for me, it just looks a little bit overdone. So what I mean when I say hallucination, by the way, is that when you apply something like BlurXTerminator, for example, to linear images, that is to say unstretched, it will apply it in a very true to the data sense. So it will apply at that point AI-powered deconvolution, and it shouldn't invent details. Whereas if you apply it, let's say, after you've stretched the data, you will then end up with a situation where the underlying data is so far skewed from what the model has been trained on that it can then start to hallucinate things that aren't there, such as adding, bits of detail and things like that. Overall texture being added, and it gets a bit out of whack, right? So yeah, I think that's some fair feedback. But overall, I like it. I think the black point's a little bit high though, but I can see probably why you'd have that. Otherwise, this dark rift through the center of the image might take over the whole thing. But yeah, interesting shot, and I love to see it. I'm a big fan of Chuck's. I've been for a heck of a long time. Threatening fog right now, please no. Hopefully not, Edward. Hopefully not, mate. Let's just see. Hello from China. Hello there, Lubo. Good to see you again, mate. Always a pleasure to have you here. So, Jim. Hopefully you're still in chat, Jim. Long time mate of mine. I know it's only springtime, but it's not too early for a sunflower. Fair enough. M63 Sunflower Galaxy. 4 hours of 180-second subs it's been comprised of, okay. Altair 26C and an 8-inch f4 imaging newt. Nice. Yeah, overall, I think I quite like that, Jim. What you've gone for there. I think the background could maybe stand a little bit more noise reduction, but this is being really picky, mate. So, please don't feel like I'm picking apart your shot. It looks nice. Star profiles are well controlled. There's no evidence. If the last image, we saw that little issue with StarNet. I'm not seeing any of that now, even around the brighter stars. So I don't know if you're still using StarNet or whatever, but it's worked better on this shot. The core's nice and sharp. Yeah, pretty tasteful overall. If you want to get like hyper analytical for you, I can say that I can see some small evidence once again of background extraction pushing M63 into a little bit of a hole. You can see a darker ring around it, but it's not much on this image. It's certainly not much. And your black point is maybe just a fractionally higher than I would set it myself. But again, like I say, this is just differences between me and you. No two people are going to process and like exactly the same things, are they? So it's all a taste thing. Overall, mate, I like your shot. I think if you've done a good job with what you've had to work with there. It's just 4 hours of data. That's not much. So yeah, well done. You are here still, Jim. Okay, mate. Good to see that. Hopefully you like the feedback, Jim. Pretty image, mate. A very nice shot. We'll just catch up a little bit. Saurab, how's it going, Saurab? Nice to see you in another stream, buddy. And Paul, hello from Cheshire. Love your channel. Thanks, Luke. Hey, thank you for joining in, Paul. That's really cool. Good to hear it, Jim. That's good stuff. Astro Canuck. Snow and freezing rain forecast for the next few days. Damn. And Lubo is saying seasonal spring dust storms from the Gobi Desert cover the north part of China, but hopefully I'll get some clear skies tonight. Good luck for those, Lubo. Yeah, good luck indeed, mate. So Chuck's Astrophotography posted this one. Celestial and Raster 8, 533 MC. So I'm guessing this is potentially some of his data from Starfront, maybe? Hard to say. Captured when the moon was 70% illuminated. Anyway, so this is Vega. I like it. Yeah, I like it. And this is a case where, the sharpening that's been applied visually, I think probably adds to the image for me overall, because, we're really focusing on this, aren't we? There are some very beautiful, interesting, like there's an edge-on galaxy just there. What looks to be another little edge on right there, perhaps a little barred spiral back there. It's just smattered with background galaxies, but you get the feeling of scale from an image like this. This is closer. You know what I mean? Than all that other stuff. So yeah, it's got that third dimension to it. Black point's very tastefully set. Star color is good. Overall color is good. So yeah, nice. I like it. That's one hell of a way to make the most of a moonlit night, I think. So well done, Chuck, for doing something a bit different there, mate. That is Starfront. Got you. Thank you, Stan. Appreciate all the help, mate, by the way. Yeah, thank you very much indeed for all the help. How's the weather in the UK? We're doing all right, Lubo. Yeah, I think we're getting a bit of aurora activity going on. I can just try to See what it actually looks like for us for just a moment. Sky's looking a bit iffy. Overall, it looks just a touch bright there, don't it? Appears to be some thin clouds potentially coming through as well. Not sure you can just make those out, but if we wait for the next sub-exposure to come in, they are moving very slightly. Don't think it's aurora. I think it's just thin cloud. Most likely. But anyway, that's that. The imaging session is... it's okay. I'm not sure how usable tonight's day is going to be. We appear to have had a few clouds or something coming through, looking at that actually. But anyway, or maybe it's failed dithers. Could be any number of things. I'm sure we'll get to the bottom of it a little bit later on. Let's just crack on now with the Discord, just a touch more. Snowfall warning in effect for tonight. Bloody hell, Stan. What are you capturing? So I'm going after M63 with the Hyperstar and the Whale and the Hockey Stick on the SQA 55, and I'm also going for M63 on the ASCAR 120 with the 2600 MC Air from ASI right there. Doing great. Oh, good to hear that, Sorab. Recently moved to a different city, Tsukuba, home to JAXA. Hope to meet more people interested in astronomy and astrophotography. Good stuff, mate. Good stuff. Congratulations on your move. That's a big thing, isn't it? Good on you. Not sure how you make the time to come join in on the stream as well. I usually, whenever one of my friends have moved or something like that, I don't see them for 3 weeks because they're knackered. Recovering. Drunk cola. Let's just see anyway. So is this M42 tried again in Cyril? So this is C-star data that we're looking at right here. So I'm guessing this is before, where it clearly needed like a passive SCNR at the very least, versus processed in Cyril, where we're seeing again evidence like background extraction or something has sunk the main target behind, so it looks like it's recessed a little bit. But overall, it's an improvement. Definitely a step in the right direction if you see this drunk cola. So the next thing that I'd do, if you're looking for any more feedback on this, would be to try applying a few more points to your background extraction model. If you're doing this in Cyril, let's say, I know that Cyril's DBE is a model where you can place points, at least if memory's serving. I haven't used it in a while. But I'd perhaps get just a touch more daring with where you place those points and try to get as rich a populated model as you reasonably can. And hopefully you'll have less of that issue of the main target with its brightness getting recessed. Hopefully that helps. Trying out the SQA 55 for the first time and checking focus is okay after fitting the ZBO CAA on the FF80 Apo. Don't think the skies will be clear for too long. Hey, OTS Simex, good job getting out though, mate, and giving things a test. That's the key thing, isn't it? So when it is actually clear, you'll be glad that you did, for sure. You can play Shown in GradientXtert too, I believe. Ah, nice. You know what, Nugsy? I've not actually tried that, mate. I've been finding that GradientXtert for me, it's just been... I don't want to say completely bulletproof, but it has been, reasonably ironclad, shall we say. It seems to work pretty damn well. Let's just read upon what we're looking at here, by the way, for a second. The Needle Galaxy, of course, 16 5-minute subs, Skywatch 200p, EQ6R Pro, Canon 60D. Okay, let's just take a peek. So there's a little bit of background mottle that's happened. Could be a variety of reasons for that, I suppose, but again, probably tackleable with background extraction. Core of the Galaxy has been recessed just a little bit. Don't know how well this is coming through on the stream for you guys, if you can see even what I'm talking about, given that you're viewing through your monitor, I'm viewing through my monitor, which is probably calibrated differently. But there appears to be a darkening around the core, particularly right there. A few mottled patches, but nothing dreadful. There is, however, some evidence of lines through the image, so like a bias pattern that's become prevalent, and that would likely be best solved by larger dithering, really. That would be my main feedback for you on that one, mate. So if you can at all set it up, you ideally want to be dithering more with your setup, and perhaps if you have to, take a deeper bias master for your Canon 60D as well. So maybe if you are calibrating with biases, as you should, maybe try to up the amount of bias frames that you take in order to get a more robust subtraction when you're taking that bias signal out. Grexpert is also usually reliable for me as well. Yeah, honestly, Dave. Yeah, same for me. It's really been pretty darn good. 7 a.m. here, and I'm gonna leave right now because I start my new job on April the 1st. Ah, got ya. Fair enough, Sarab. That's awesome. Well, good luck in your new job, mate. Hope you find it gives you everything you're looking for. Richard's astrophotography. Let's see then, Rich. Not as much data as I would hope to get, but been using these last few nights as a trial on getting everything dialed in. Got ya. This is M99, often called the Coma pinwheel, or St. Catherine's Galaxy at magnitude 10.4. You need quite a modest scope to get any detail. Okay. So I'm not sure what his scope actually is, but I'm assuming a Newtonian, probably, of some description, given the diffraction spikes right there, unless he's made the artistic choice to add them in after, because this star up here looks bright enough that it should have diffraction spikes as well. So they could have been added in post, I'm not sure. But overall, I think your colour is good, but the background for me is set decently well in terms of black point. But there's over the whole image, including the galaxy, a little bit of a purplish cast. So you may need to alter your curves if you want to, unless it looks perfect for you on your monitor. You may need to alter your curves. Overall, just take the red curve, probably what I'd do here, and just drag it down a fraction. And that would likely neutralize everything out for you pretty well on that. That's probably what I'd do. If you like galaxies and nebulae, LOTR5 is a target for you. Nebulae that looks like a galaxy. Great for hyperstar with filler. Cool. Is that in LOTR5? What is that then? Or am I potentially being trolled? I don't know. You'd have to let me know if that's even in my skies, mate, to be honest. Kyrek, how's it going? Evening, mate. Good to see you. But yeah, that'd be my feedback for you, mate. Overall, I think your background looks pretty flat and such. Colours, pretty tasteful. Yeah, overall, not bad at all. And I can see the problem if you've got a Mag 10.4 Galaxy. It's probably quite hard to capture without, more time. Whoops, wrong account. Hey, we appreciate it, mate. Join on all your accounts. Let's get this view count up. It's up for you. Oh, okay, Lubo. Thank you, mate. Taron Pulicanti, IC434, Horsehead and Flame. 30 300-second lights, got you. 30 300-second darks. So you've matched the amount of lights with the amount of darks. That's pretty robust. Nice one. So is this yours, mate? Very faint planetary nebula in the constellation of Coma Berenices has the highest galactic latitude of all planetary nebulae. Wow. Here we go. Evening, folks. How's it going, Scott? Thanks for joining back. I assume on your correct account there, Scott. Nice to see you. But yeah, overall, so Redcat 51, ASI 533, and an AM3. Image to do an L quad. Okay. So one of your images has probably got a pretty strong plane. I want to say at that sort of width going through it. You might wish to go through and eliminate that from your stack, as it's somehow made it through the rejection algorithms during stacking. I want to say, overall, mate, a pretty tastefully processed image. Nothing's screaming at me, other than a little bit too much brightness around, let's say, this small nebula region right here, this one right here, and the Flame Nebula in particular. I can see that you know how to manipulate the brightness of certain targets, certain parts of the image, should I say, as you've managed to successfully quell Alnitak, and done so quite nicely. Nicely, should I say. I've lost the ability to English, apparently. Sorry about that. So you've done that quite nicely. However, these regions right here just look a little bit bright and overexposed for me. Whereas I'm assuming, given that you've managed to split Alnitak's like AB or whatever component it is right there, it's probably still visible. If you could peel that back a little bit. Hopefully that's useful feedback to you. Other than that though, mate, I think it's very nice. And the last tiny bit of feedback, if you want it, slight blue cast over most of the image is visible. And maybe, it's hard to say. Around this region right here, just as I'm looking at it now, there appears to be evidence of a small amount of hallucination that's happened from whatever you've used to sharpen. But yeah, that's almost certainly a plane, isn't it? I can see like a central trail and then 2 trails either side of it, almost dotted. Be interesting to see if you could find out what exactly that was. But yeah, nice image, mate. Hopefully, again, like I say, a lot of these images that I'm pointing out and giving critique on, they're beautiful. It's just I'm only giving critique because people have said it's okay to do so. I hope that's okay. Luke, you familiar with the YouTuber called Damon Scotting? Recently popped up in my feed. Never heard of him in the Astro community. Yes, mate. Yeah, Damon. He's been doing plenty of videos for a good while now. Makes good content. Yeah. Strange. I wrote it once and sent it 3 times. Do you also see it as 3 identical posts, says Lubo? I do. Yeah, it's showing that on my screen. Hopefully for you, you can see it as well, Lubo. Damon Scotting is very famous too. Yeah, he's got a huge channel, as far as I know. I will reprocess it with that plane removed. Nice one. Yeah. But overall, mate, I think everything's nice. That if you manage to quell those brighter regions of the flame, I think overall your color balance is good on the images, except for that just very minor blue casting background. Your stretch is good and deep and tasteful. Yeah, you've got it. You so close, so close. So definitely, yeah, you're to be applauded. You're doing a good job. Paul Smuglick. This is a raw image of a 5-minute sub using William Optics Pleiades 111 refractor with an ASI 2600 MC Pro, taken at Starfront Observatories in Rockwood, Texas. So this is 1 5-minute raw sub. Oh, unfortunately, it's too compressed. We can't see what's going on in that, unfortunately. I will say I can see a small halo though, mate. Just around this star right here. Unfortunately, we did actually have an interesting one in the Discord the other day. Those of you who are part of the Discord on the general channel, a gentleman noticed that he'd picked up a little streak like around here, I think, or maybe it was around here, sorry. And he wondered what it was in his images, and I think between the Discord community we managed to successfully identify a few asteroids in his image for him, so he was thrilled at that. And there was also like another line going through the shot, and I think it could have been a long diffraction spike from this, but yeah, going off on a proper tangent once again. But overall, yeah, thank you for sharing, Paul. Just unfortunate that it's so well, so compressed. Yeah, just have a look out for potentially what's causing that halo. Would be the only feedback I could honestly give you on that. Can you give me your opinion on my picture? It's M101. I just uploaded it. Of course, mate. Yeah, of course. I will just I'll keep working my way up. You can see where images posted 4 days ago now. So I realize this will take a little bit of time. But I am going to stick it out. I'm here for you guys. I'm having fun myself. Hopefully you're having fun too. And I'll just keep trying to give you feedback. Got an itchy nose though, so I'm going to go and try and find an antihistamine really quickly. And I'll come back to you. I'll just leave you in the meantime though with our Skycam so you can see roughly what's going on. So yeah, I'll be back momentarily, guys. Sorry for any delay. Croc Gang rise up, by the way. Gives me a chance to check this this sky condition as well. Whew. Whoa, we are back. We are back. Right then, chaps. Let's pick up where we left off. Hopefully, we can do so, if the YouTube gods will allow it. Let me just get one of these antihistamines down my neck. I don't know what it is. Sometimes about this this room. Beautiful. Thank you for waiting for me. Let's crack on. So, a chance to make a coffee. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves. Need some lift music, yeah. Absolutely. I remember when Damon was streaming, live streaming session, and we were screaming at him to turn off the lights to see the aurora. Oh my god. That would have been me. That would have been me as well, I'm sure. But yeah, Astronomy AA, and this goes for anybody else, by the way. Once I get to the top of all these images, I'll refresh it, and we'll catch all the new ones that get submitted. If you want to join the Discord, the link is at the top, just there. Hopefully you guys are still enjoying as we work through this, giving some critiques and some thoughtful feedback wherever possible. So yeah, is anyone doing the Messier Marathon? Asks Francis Tabor. Me, at some point, mate, for sure. I want to give that kind of thing a go. I think it'd be a fun thing we can do as a community. I'd just like to first do a small amount of preparation where I can try to apply a custom, what would be the name? A panorama into my stellarium so that we can go through right the way from M1, which probably won't be visible for us at that time, but we can try. And go right the way, all the way through and check which ones are actually visible for us and just hit everything we can. Right. Hopefully we can pick back up. So yeah, good stuff. Appreciate you guys waiting for me, and hopefully, like I say, hopefully you're still enjoying these. I've got to type in log of virus or something like that. Nah, man. I just wonder if it's some lag or something. It's hard to say why messages might be double sending. Starting this weekend in Southern California. Nice. Good on you, mate. So yeah, Jem'Hadar, Sea Star. This guy's been posting some redonkulous Sea Star images, I have to say. So M106, total of 32 hours. I do remember last stream we were trying to figure out just how he gets so many hours of integration, by the way. The guy must have a fleet of Sea Star S50s running. Hey up, Luke. Hey up, James. How's it going, mate? James Ian Hampton. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining in on the live stream with us. Had a beautiful night, guys, here in Alabama, says Stephen. Pollen season has started and anything left outside for more than a minute will be covered in a yellow-green fine pollen. Damn, that's not ideal, is it? But yeah, this M106... Damn, yeah. I think, don't know how he's doing that with 250 millifocal, and it's absolutely bonkers. But yeah, there you are. Wonderful stuff. Nice black point, nice colours. It's, it's hard to pick fault. Especially, like I say, taking the image into context with what it is. It's taken with a bloody Sea Star. Do you know what I mean? This is a nice looking shot. Crikey, let's take a look. Astro Bloke. So again, my friend Glenn Clowder. WR134. So this is a Wolf Rayet. Look at this nebula around here. Blimey. There ain't much I can say, to be honest. It's just a technically very sound image. And beautiful. Beautiful overall. Again, like I say, the color palette is very slightly non-standard, where I am absolutely here for it on this image. Yeah, 100%. Looks great. Highlights definitely the structural differences between the hydrogen and the oxygen in this target. So 100% it adds to it. Just an overall wonderful image. No feedback necessary, basically. I'd say it's yeah, it's really good. I almost feel like I want to offer a tiny bit of feedback, but is it needed? I don't know. I'll try. I'll give it. It is. It's an incredible image, by the way. So take this with a lot of salt, a lot of grains of salt. Just the background in some regions looks a bit brighter than, let's say, around the core of the Wolf Rayet right there, where it almost looks pitch black. So I don't know. I can imagine this image was a bloody nightmare though to try and background extract. So yeah, that'd be the only thing I could say. I'd have the same trouble processing this for sure. So yeah, lovely, beautiful image. That's one to hang on the wall. It is, mate. Yeah, cracking stuff. I had to be the one to follow Astro Bloke. They'll mind. Fair enough, mate. So another one from Astro Bloke right here. Yeah, beautiful. Appears to be a little bit of a purple cast on the background of this image. So, I mean, invert, SCNR, reinvert, that'd probably get rid of all of it for you while preserving this little bit of green that's just creeping in around the bottom right there, which I actually like in this image. It's certainly tastefully done. Yeah, really highly detailed image. Again, cracking. The only negative I can see about it is there's a small band around the top right there where my mouse is tracing, so an illuminated band just across. But it ain't much. It's, yeah, you know, I'm being a real picky bugger finding stuff like that, but I just got to try and to be as fair and honest as I can with everybody's images. Do you know what I mean? Hopefully you can see what I'm talking about there, and you don't think I've gone completely bonkers. But yeah. Let's see how. I feel like Anakin talking to Palpatine. Is it possible to learn this power? Lots of integration time and lots of time spent learning PixieSight and stuff. That's about it. Seagull. Damn. Yeah, I quite like that, mate. Mark W. Sorry, I should read your read up first. SV555, Minicar Mate, and a Dewey 17. Okay. Wow, this is really limited data as well. 6 180-second subs. 6 2-minute subs on hydrogen. Linkin Eckers, yeah. Hey, mate, to be honest, it's cracking. The only thing, of course, is there is that purple background, like we mentioned in the previous image. If you want to get rid of that, if you've got PixieSight, just open the image, Control-I, that'll invert the image, drag a full power SCNR onto the image, but this like magenta's the inverse of green, so it'll get rid of it while preserving the actual green in the image, and then flip it back, and then you're very close. But yeah, overall, mate, I like it. I think you could potentially argue, and it seems insane given like feedback for what is about an hour's integration, but it's been given, so I will try to offer quality feedback on an already nice image. The hydrogen portion up here appears to be very slightly just like plain yellow around here. You could make it match this region around the seagull. The seagull's like head with just a little bit of an up ramp in the red curve if you mask this out. But overall, I think your balance, by the way, on what's visible in the image is nice. So yeah, well done for a very, very limited data set. Well done. Lovely stuff. Such amazing images from everyone. Embarrassed to show my efforts. Not at all, Paul. No. Please don't feel that way. And if anybody is feeling that way, please don't be. I'm happy to give feedback on everything that's submitted. And I try to offer it in context with, you know, like the equipment that you've used, the amount of time you've put in, things like that. Like I wouldn't be trying to be super nitpicky, you know what I mean? If you've got a 2-hour integration taken from ball 9 skies with your DSLR or something, I'm not going to aim to pick it to pieces. I'm just going to try and offer you some helpful feedback, if at all I possibly can. Whereas, you know, if you've taken a 500-hour image with a CDK 17, you probably need to be giving me pointers, but equally, if I saw that kind of image, I'd try to be critical in a helpful way. I like this Macarius chain, I have to say. Let me just read up about it, because I've opened it twice now. So it's the same SV555, so it's that same setup. Again, a really limited data set. Imbalanced very slightly in favour of the RGB over the luminance. Typically, just as a small tip, if you want it, Mark, I like to try to maintain a 50-50 balance between the amount of R, G and B and luminance that's going into the image. So half your available time should be spent on luminance, I feel. But overall, your black point is set accurately. Your background colour is unbiased. It's very nice indeed. And for such a limited data set, mate, cracking effort, I think. Yeah, cracking effort. Good stuff. Love to see it. Hope you post some more, Mark. And indeed he has, actually. Mark W here. SV545 Minicam 8, Dewey 17. So again, a limited set of data. 8 180-second subs, 9 and 8 for oxygen, sulfur and hydrogen. So he's helpfully put down right there the combination as well. So this is, as you can see, non-standard, but I love it. I think it really suits this target to be given this OSH treatment rather than SHO or HSO, indeed, even. Yeah, very minor color bias to the background right there. It almost looks like brown, you know, so like a greenish, reddish tinge, but it ain't much. Black point set again within tasteful reasonable levels, I would say. One thing I have noticed is a very slight difference in the tightness of focus and the pattern of dispersion around some of these stars for the red channel, whatever it fell on for this thing. Right there you can see like there's a bit of a skirt on all of these appearing to the southern side of stars, and I noticed the same thing on some of these other images too. You can see that skirting of a red halo around those. A little bit on this was kind of blue. It was mainly predominantly showing, so I don't know what's going on there, but if you want to try and get rid of that, I'm assuming you're probably focusing in one channel and just letting it have it. For the rest of them, you may wish to perhaps focus in each channel if you want to really get things pinpoint, if possible. But yeah, cracking stuff, mate. I like the non-standard palette. It's really, really worked for that. So good stuff, Mark. Well done. I'll work out how to send an image. It's pretty easy overall, mate, to be honest. Just go onto the Discord, go to the Astro Images part, and you should have the option to like click the plus there, and you know it'll be at the top for you. Pin an image to it, give us a description, let us know whatever you want to let us know. I have to go now. Clear skies to everybody. Hey, see you later on Lubo, mate. Hopefully you have a good day. Let's just see. No pics in sight yet. Says free Mo Nebraska model railroading. Pics in sight your next purchase. Good stuff. Yeah, I wish there were, you know, like a really viable alternative to Pics Insight, because it's a wonderful program, but I'm not its biggest fan. All in, but you know, point me to the alternative. There really isn't one. It is just wildly effective at what it allows you to do. I just wish it'd be a little bit more user friendly overall. I think that's my main gripe with it. But yeah, this M101 again from Jem Hadar right there with his massive fleet of sea stars. Hopefully, by the way, I'll be able to stop itching my bloody nose in a minute once this antihistamine kicks in. Cracking. Really amazing work once again. Just nuts. 20-second subs he's done that with as well. Chuck's Astrophotography. This is a solar storm we had on Friday. Okay. Added the Earth for comparison. Used my Explore Scientific AR102, Daystar Quark, and an Astronomic L3 filter. Damn. Look at that. That's an absolutely ginormous prominence in it. It almost looks like I want to say that looks like a fox or something. You know, like there's its fluffy tail, there's its head, its ears are pinned back, legs are there, rear legs there. What's it called now? My friend Pete's astrophotography told me the actual term for this, where you see like figures where there aren't any, particularly in clouds and things like that. Idola something or other. Yeah, that's a cool image. Squirrel, yeah, it could be a squirrel. I think maybe if the tail, if we imagine the tail's going off to the side, it could absolutely be a squirrel. But yeah, cool image, very cool image. Thank you for sharing that one, Chuck. Paraidolia, I think it is. Paraidolia. Yeah, cheap Astro. Thank you, Nugsy. Lucas2, Ascar 103 Apo, 2600 MC, SV220, Dewey 17. A lot of people are enjoying these Deweys, it seems. SIR, TC40, and 90 minutes of integration. Okie dokie. Paraidolia, nice. Thank you. Yeah, I like it, mate. I like it. There's some green creeping in overall, and the yellow parts of the image could be pushed just a little bit towards red if you wish. But if you're happy with the image as it is, mate, you don't really need to change anything based on what I'm saying. So just keep at it. That's my main feedback for you, buddy. Keep at it. Keep having fun. I am surprised to see the rosette looking so tight, though. Through a 103 Apo and a 2600 MC, I would have thought you'd have been able to catch the whole rosette, basically. So I'm wondering, is there an artistic reason for the crop, or was there some other issue with the image that meant that, you know, a crop was needed to eliminate it and salvage some usable data? I don't know, but thank those that spell it correctly. No, mate, I'd be just as bad. Not saying that you're bad. You know what I mean. Chuck's astrophotography. Drea's Nebula is the big blue reflection nebula, and it's located in the constellation Monoceros. Many other things are going on in this picture. That's for sure. 9.58 hours. Damn. That is intense. I think my favorite feature about this whole image, the contrast between the two main regions, by the way, this huge lobe of nebulosity right here, and this ring of it over there, they're wonderful. That gives it's a very photographically pleasing image from just a composition sense. But I think my favorite parts are these small golden nuggets hidden around in these ensconced in this dusty stuff down here. It just looks incredible. So I always feel strange giving Chuck feedback, because you know, he's clearly super accomplished. He doesn't need my feedback. But look, we've all got different tastes. I'm just gonna offer what I can. And there isn't much to bloody offer on this. It's really, really nice. Appears. No, I'm not even gonna go there. I think it's fine, actually. It just appears to be a small amount of red crept in from some element of masking. I'm assuming this region right here is probably masked that to work on it. I would. But maybe parts of it has crept into this dusty region right here. Don't know if that's intentional. If it is, that's fine. If not, it's kind of noticeable on mine, but I can't tell if it's on purpose like that or not. So yeah, there's very little to say about this image. It's a pretty one. Well done, Chuck. Cracking stuff, mate, as always. Richard's astrophotography. We've all done it. It will never be the greatest image ever. Okay, approximately 1 point. What's that? 1.5 trillion stars in one image. I think it's probably even more than that, ain't there? We're talking about all these galaxies, but yeah, unbelievable stuff. Pattern Markarian's chain, by the way, is what we're looking at right here. There appears to be an element of defocus going on between your channels. could even be atmospheric dispersion happening here as well, because I'm noticing fringing to one side of stars and the other, and it's consistent throughout the frame, so it's not like a radially observable thing that we're seeing in the image. It's like right side of the stars has a red fringe, left side of stars has a blue fringe. So I don't know if this was quite low in elevation when Richard shot this, but it doesn't really take away from it too much. Your black points set tastefully. There's no color balance issues, should I say, in the background whatsoever. So that's really nice to see. It's overall smooth. It's stretched deep enough for what's in the data, I would say. So, but that's just the big thing, really, for me. Perhaps BlurXTerminator or something would be able to take care of some of that dispersion, but the only reason it's distracting, I reckon, is because some of the galaxies in this frame are about as big as the overall dispersed size of one of these stars, which, you know, when viewed like in this kind of context, takes away from it a little bit. But I'm being a really picky bugger. Overall, it's a cracking image, Richards. So well done, mate, Richard. Top of the chat, Steve. How do I find you on Discord? Yes, so Steve, if you can see my screen, buddy, just go up to the top where it says Luke Matikoff, pinned a comment right there, Discord GG. Just click that and you'll be into my Discord, basically. You'll be able to get invited and post your images. So Mike1959, today's sun, no flares. These spots are slowly rotating out. So are these the spots that have given us all the activity that we're seeing, the aurora activity? Because that's quite the cluster going on right there. Stupid me, I hate Discord. Not at all, Steve, not at all. It's you're just unfamiliar with it, I would guess. As am I. Chuck, you're here, Chuck. I'm making you work reviewing all my images, lol. Thank you so much for that, Chuck. That's incredibly kind of you, mate. Hopefully you don't mind me giving feedback, Chuck. Like I say, I'm just offering from my perspective. That's all there is to it. Nobody could argue your images are anything other than beautiful. So yeah, thank you so much for that, Chuck. It's always a pleasure to have you here, mate. Decided to have a crack at Luke's Whirlpool data. Gotta say, it's very nice, except that donut. Okay, definitely harmed the data. To overcome this and get true signal, I decided to use manual multi-scale gradient removal reference. I'm assuming that is using my own data as reference. Okay. That's a complex processing task then that's been applied there. Overall, a slightly difficult but manageable data set. Beautiful stuff. Nice. Well, thank you so much for sharing, mate. It's a very pretty image. Indeed, yeah. Very, very pretty image. I like the amount of star colour they've pulled out of it. Your background black point is set just about perfect. The amount of detail you've achieved, including the depth of the stretch, is overall pretty spectacular, actually. So, yeah. Nice work, mate. I feel like you probably used BXT on this image, in which case I would say I would probably up the amount of stellar sharpening, you know, like star sharpening on the tool just a little bit to pull back on the size of these larger, brighter stars. But I love the amount of colour that you've got in them as a result of leaving them that slight bit larger. So yeah, cracking. Really, really nice image. I like the nice neutral, like a bony white colour that you've got for this dust around here as well. So so good stuff. Good stuff on that one. Chuck loves the feedback. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, I'm the same. I'm the same. Absolutely, I love hearing what other people think about my images and things like that, and where I can improve, what I need to do next time. Or if they just like it for what it is, that's also good feedback. Do you know what I mean? Thank you, Chuck. Yeah. I knew I would find you all here. Oh, man. I think we've got a lot of crossover in the community, me and Chuck. A lot of like-minded folks. Kieran Williams, 7 hours, 140 300-second shots. Skypwatcher 200p, so he's using his DSLR again on this one, 60D, EQ6R Pro, and processed in PixInsight. So the colours are overall quite muted on this shot. The background is a very light magenta cast to it, just visible on my screen. I don't know if it's making it through the stream for you guys. In terms of whatever is used to sharpen and apply deconvolution, though, spot on. No changes needed there. And if you could get rid of that very slight magenta cast, I think the background color would overall be good. The main thing that this image is lacking, for me and my tastes, is just a bit more work on the color overall. So what you could particularly do if you need a way to address this without amping up background noise, which you might have to be dealing with the DSLR, at least where the signal is rich, such as the brighter parts of the image around the galaxy, you could range mask out most of this, leaving the background untouched, and then work on selectively increasing the saturation just in the galaxy itself. But yeah, overall, mate, nice work. Nice work. There's you know, you're clearly moving in the right direction with this. The only other thing I can see is okay, I wish this nose itch would go away. There's just a very, very slight hole in the middle of the data right there. So a half donut is visible where it's a little bit darker versus the rest of the image, but it's barely visible. I'm just saying it in case you know it's there as well, and you want to try and work on correcting it. Definitely is a lot of crossover. Yeah, I think so, Stan, for sure. Just realised some young person has put the discard app on my phone for me. Oh, damn. Hopefully you can recover that password, Steve. So, Pluto 1, latest image of M101, taken with my 533 Pro Astrotech 80 ED refractor. 100 of each, 2-minute subs on RG and B. Right, so, colour balance. It's obviously, it's a beautiful image. I want to just give you that feedback straight away, and I don't want to poo-poo what you're doing, because you clearly worked hard on this. So I'm going to try and tell you what I would do, just from my perspective, to this image in order to try and correct some of the technical issues that I feel like I can see. So a lot of the brighter stars have a very mild magenta halo around them, as does the whole image and the body of the galaxy itself across the whole plane. In fact, including these extended arms, is just a little bit leaning towards magenta. There is clearly some background mottling that's remained even through extensive use of noise reduction that you've applied to this image. I think overall, in terms of sharpening, you've done a good job. But what I would perhaps do myself, just as like a couple of step process, would be to, as I've said to a few other people, invert the image. So Control and I for invert on PixInsight. Just a full power SCNR onto this image, and then Control and I once again to put it back into its correct non-inverted state. And you would probably find that would neutralize a lot of those purple halos, you know, that kind of magenta-ish halo, around these stars and around the body of the galaxy and the background all in one. And then, I guess, as a final slight tip, depending on your eyes, monitor calibration and tastes, for me, I would lower the black point just a little bit more. Doing so would allow the galaxy to stand on its own a little bit more as the feature target in the middle of this image. So I hope that you find that useful feedback. How do you upload images again? Been a while. I will just try to demonstrate this for you real quick, Steve. So Pluto 1, 21 hours ago, that's where we're at, M101. So you go on the Discord, click Create New Post, click Add for adding images, select the images that you want to upload, mate, add a title, add a message, and basically just a tag to let people know exactly what it is we're looking at. So if you're uploading galaxy images, bang, galaxies, you know. Pretty simple stuff overall, mate. Once you've done it once or twice, you'll be golden, no trouble at all. So we'll just refresh this page, because I know we've had some more submissions as we've been going along. Here we are, in fact, yep. And blimey, we have had some submissions. Hey, I'll tell you what, I'm here for it. Let's get cracking. Let's go through them. If you guys are still enjoying this, I'm down for it, you know what I mean? Start a poll. Still enjoying. We will phrase it as enjoying. Deeks. Bang. have your say, guys. Let me know if you're still enjoying the critiques or not. If you are, we're going to push on. Do you know what I mean? And keep going. So we're on with another one of Chuck's images right now. Interstellar Flux Nebula is a new animal for me, and I'm still not sure how to deal with it, but here's my first pick. I captured it with my Celestron Raster Telescope, 533 MC color camera, Antlia L filter, Optilong L Extreme as well. I guess that's where all that beautiful starburst core of the Scar Galaxies came out as well. 29.18 hours. Damn. That is a lot of IFN. That is a lot of IFN. Yeah. I honestly, I can see where you'd have trouble with this, Chuck, because how do you call where the black point should be set without potentially squashing some of that beautiful IFN? That's a challenge in and of itself. I think the amount of sharpening that's been applied to this galaxy is really tasteful, and this one, maybe for me, the core of the Cigar Galaxy is just a fraction too cherry red. But again, that's a taste thing. It's, you know what I mean. It's up to you. But I can definitely appreciate the challenge in this one, because you can see it's such a deep image. Even parts where, you know, it looks like there's almost no IFN, there it is, it's still there. I think these are the only bits of the image we've got a little bit of a window to look through and try to set a black point. That's what a nice problem to have, though. Having trouble setting your black point because of all the bloody IFN. Good stuff, Chuck. Yeah, cracking work. I like the framing you've gone for as well, by the way. This kind of triangle look on the image. Lovely stuff. You watched Chuck work on this last night. Nice one. Ask Chuck about this image. Yeah, I would love to hear if you've got any particular points on this one, Chuck, as to you know, what you found difficult. Because to give you a little bit of context, what I'm talking about, by the way, when I'm mentioning difficult to set black point due to IFN, my own image does show some IFN, nowhere near as much as Chuck's. So it was a little bit easier, I think, for me. Do you know what I mean? But on Chuck's is so much deeper that trying to find the right point to leave it at is very, very difficult indeed. Yeah, that's a challenge. Didn't know how to apply contrast to this without losing data. Yeah, I can appreciate that, Chuck. I think you've done a good job. Very good job. Overall, that's what I reckon. That's a challenging spot to image. Pete. Oh, and Pete and Dave. How's it going, Dave? I didn't realize you'd joined as well, buddy. Nice to see you. Trouble image solving. Oh, as well. Locaton, Edge HD 925 with the 533 MC Pro. 2.5 hours of 2-minute subs. 685 IR pass filter. So some infrared imaging. Very nice. 2 asteroids passed through the bottom left of the frame over the course of the 6 hours. And you've identified those as well. Very nice. Let's just take a look at the GIF of that. There's one. That's tremendous. And I saw a really fast streak just go through the bottom right. Or I think I did. At least I hope I wasn't hallucinating that. Nope. Definitely something goes through the bottom right really quick. But yeah, that's interesting to see that, mate. I like it. I feel like infrared imaging of galaxies is something that probably needs a bit more exploration, because it really cuts through the scene, you know what I mean? Naturally, using those kinds of wavelengths is a little bit more forgiving, I feel, than perhaps traditionally imaging them in broadband would be. But it also introduces its own challenges too. So it's not all just plain sailing, that's for sure. But yeah, beautiful stuff. Oh, so yes, 100%. That's fair enough. Fair enough, guys. We will end the poll at that then. Seems like people are enjoying these. Good stuff. Could that be any more plain at this point? I'm in lurk mode now. Have a good night. Oh, no problem, Brian. Off to get some imaging done at my dark side. Got a small window of clear skies tonight. Good luck, Brian. Wishing you all the very best of luck, mate. Hopefully have a good session. Hard Astro, NGC 4438. So this is the, is this called the Eyes? This is the middle of Markarian's chain, if I'm not mistaken. C8 with the 063 reducer corrector, CJAM, Stellarmate Pro, Player 1, so you got Stellarmate Pro on as well, very nice. Player 1 Poseidon C Pro at -10, IDAS LPS D3, 30, 300 second subs. Okay. Processing pixel insight. So you've got a very nice smooth background. Overall green cast to the image that I'm picking up on my monitor, and the black point's a bit high. But other than that, mate, honestly, I think it's all pretty nice and tastefully done. Yeah, a lot of colour in your stars. I can see you've worked on these stars, do you know what I mean? But it's been done nicely, so yeah, hopefully that's appropriate feedback for you. I almost feel like you've done this with traditional deconvolution rather than BlurXTerminator for some reason. Because I'm reckoning if I'd applied BXT to this, would it have brought out even more of this kind of ripple of dark, dusty stuff around this galaxy? I don't know. Hard to say, but it's very nicely done overall, and I hope you appreciate the small amount of feedback I can give you on that one. Yeah, well done, Hard Astro. Good stuff right there. He's also submitted an image of M51 with the same rig by the looks, 20, 300 second subs, so not long at all in terms of integration time. And yeah, that's a nice shot. Again, a very slight green cast, which would indicate to me that me and him have a slight monitor calibration difference. And again, the black point is a little bit high, just for my tastes. Again, this is a personal thing. I feel like with a slightly lower black point, though, you would bring out more of these extensions. So like this faint tidal extension extending. There's a lot of extensions. Going up here would perhaps appear to be brought out a little bit more by that drop-in of the background. It would increase the, you know, the visually perceived contrast between the two. Just a little bit. But I think overall, mate, again, tasteful processing is being applied to this. I like it. Well done. Yeah, well done. What bottle or SQM do you need to get Interstellar Flux Nebula? Those are amazing. I did mine from Portal 7 Skies here, mate. So by no means, you know, by no means good skies, should I say. And, you know, we managed to pick up a good bit of IFN around the two galaxies right there. Doesn't look bad. But I got, no, you know, like a quarter as much IFN as Chuck has managed to get on his system through it. I'm assuming that was taken at Starfront Observatories. So it's doable in just about all bottles with a fast enough telescope. So don't be put off. If you want to try and capture something like that, go for it. For IFN, do you need long exposures? Not particularly, no. With today's cameras and how low the read noise is on them, you can get by with shorter exposures than you would probably think, and still pick up incredibly faint background details. It's just a case of putting the hours in, really. I would say that's the key thing. That matters far more than individual exposure length. I feel, at least, like I say, especially on today's cameras, many of them have a mode called high conversion gain, which kicks in at an arbitrarily set gain setting. It's different on most cameras. It's not just a universally applied thing. You need to know what it is for your particular model, even if it's, let's say, an IMX571. They're all made by Sony, but the different camera manufacturers can enable HCG mode to kick in at different gain settings. So once you determine that, anyway, a roundabout way of saying, I think that's where these cameras are at the best, most of the new ones. You should probably set your gain to that. Worry less about the length of the exposure, and just worry more about how many of them you have in terms of total exposure time. That's the key. Yeah, lots of exposures based on your speed and bottle. What is IFN? Integrated Flux Nebulae, a relatively recently identified astronomical phenomenon. Yeah. I'm guessing it's interstellar dust that we're picking up. Probably our side of these galaxies, of course, in the foreground of it, but outside of our own galaxy. At least that's what I would get from the word interstellar at this. Do you have a video on how to do that? Your work is amazing from such guys. Thank you. That's really kind of you to say. I don't particularly have a video now on how I would go about setting gain for a particular camera, but usually the manufacturer's graphs on their websites is going to be enough to tell you about them. So if I just, let's say, ASI 2600, for example, if we just scroll down, I'll give you some graphs right here: read noise, full well, gain, and dynamic range. You can see at this point right here, read noise drops off a cliff right here, and at the same time the available amount of dynamic range in the image increases, and that's where HCG kicks in this. So as you can see on this graph, it's at 100. If you'd purchased a camera from Player One, I think it kicks in at 125 or something. They're on slightly different scales overall. If you purchase a camera from Altair Astro, they've got very long scales with a lot of granularity. It might be kicking in at 1200 or something. I don't actually know. So you'd have to check on the graphs, but that's the indicator right there. It's very plain. Once you can see the graphs, at what point you should be using your gain. So all this back here, is less useful, I think. But right here, these are where these cameras are at their best. The very limited drop off in read noise is not going to make that much of a difference for what you trade out just to get it. I think the juice isn't worth the squeeze at that point. So this is the sweet spot for me. That'd be my advice. Hopefully that's helpful to you. Do you have an IFN workflow with imaging and processing steps? Thanks. I could probably do that, mate. I've got some data on M81, M82, that data I showed you, actually, that I could share with the community, and we can do a kind of a workthrough, workflow, and maybe even a processing challenge too, and see what people pull out of it. It is a challenging thing to process, I think, for sure. So Neovo, sorry, I'll crack on. That's intergalactic. Interstellar is surely between stars. Yeah, potentially, actually. Is that what it is? Got to run, stay safe and clear. Hey, no problem, Steve. Thanks very much indeed for joining in, buddy. I appreciate your support. Hopefully you have a cracking day. Use PixieSight, NoiseXTerminator, BlurXTerminator. So this is split up between LRGB and HA. Oh, so he hasn't used the L, so that we can discount that. All right. Stellar mirror, 90mm f6 triplet, 533 mono. Optilong filters. So what I feel like this image would have benefited from, I want to say great job, by the way, on the black point straight away, and the overall background color balance looks good on my monitor to my eye. It appears that something's crept in at the bottom here in terms of like an artifact. I don't know whether it's a stacking artifact that's not been cropped out, or perhaps an issue after a meridian flip where it's not perfectly aligned things back up. But I can see like a light grey bar going across the bottom around about here. It's mildly distracting overall from the image, but it ain't much. And in terms of gradients present in the image, there isn't much. Again, you've done a pretty darn good job, but there's a slight lightening to the top left and a darkening to the bottom left, to the top right and a darkening to the bottom left that I'm witnessing. But the main technical issue with the image I could see is these red halos around a lot of the stars, which would potentially indicate that there's been a bit of a defocus between the captured channels. Potentially. I can't say for sure without actually seeing your raw subs. So it's up to you really to determine by looking at individual red subs, green subs, blue subs, and just noting the position of a few stars, and then determining from those stars, is one channel particularly bloated versus the others. In which case, if you are observing that, it would be worth splitting up your capture process. I know you've spent a lot of time RGB on this. You may wish to split up your capture process to just capture just red, focused on red, then go on to capture just green, focused on green, and so forth. I can only assume maybe that this was focused in one channel and just let rip kind of thing. But overall, mate, a very beautiful image. Nice, tasteful processing's been applied in terms of the amount of available detail. Star sizes are pretty well controlled overall, aside from the halos. There's a very slight hint of IFN right here. Don't know if you guys can see that. Again, it's a monitor calibration thing most likely. But I feel like there's probably more in the image if you stretch just that little bit deeper. But overall, not bad at all, mate. Yeah, I can see where you're going with it. I can see how you've tried to process. So good work. Enjoying the feedback and all the images. I'm learning a lot today. That's awesome to hear, Marco. It was me not masking the HA data before adding it. Okay. So this is your image then, Ed. Got you. I'm glad that you're here then, Ed. We could perhaps talk about what's going on a little bit more. So yeah, that would be the thing to do. Jump into your raw files, have a look. Just open them up. You don't need to process them or anything like that. Just open them up in like ASI Fits Viewer or something, and analyze a few of the brighter stars, the particularly, let's say, the most problematic stars. This group down here, something like that. If you notice that, let's say, your green channel is razor sharp, but your red looks soft and bloated by comparison, that's potentially what's been going on. Casey, welcome back, mate. I think I missed a lot of hobbies today. That's fair enough, Casey. It's good of you to come join us. Appreciate it, mate. Really useful tips too. The little band at the bottom. I got you. No worries, mate. Hopefully that was useful. Rosette Nebula, I just want to get closer. Appreciate your feedback. Awesome. I'm glad that you enjoyed the feedback there, Lucas. I look forward to seeing more of your images on the Discord, mate. It's always a pleasure being given the opportunity to offer feedback in that way. So this is Mark Bond, recent effort. So let's just, has he written anything about what he captured it with? No, but this is M81, M82. With the square format would probably hint to it being a 533 sensor that he's captured this on, so we can probably say that. We can see that the cores of the galaxies have been blown out a little bit here, Mark. So you might want to just peel back a little bit on the intensity of the mid to high point of this stretch, if all your processing software will allow you to do that. Noise has been well controlled in the image. Overall, the stars could be a little bit sharper, perhaps, if you'd applied something like BlurXTerminator, if you get the opportunity to try that on the data. Your black point's a little bit high. What I mean by that is, of course, the background is a little bit light grey overall, and there's a green cast to the whole of the image that's present. But overall, in terms of gradients and things, you've done a pretty good job eliminating them. What I can see, some good news, is a little bit of a hint of interstellar flux nebula just appearing right here and right here. So that would indicate maybe that there's more that you could pull out of this data with a like a careful stretch, but it's not going to be easy. Do you know what I mean? It's a challenging thing to do. So I hope that you enjoy that feedback there, Mark. I'm out, folks. Earache is killing you. Oh no, Derry. Hopefully you get that taken care of, buddy. Take care, clear skies. You too, bud. You too. Richard's astrophotography. On that rare occasion, it all runs smoothly. Been bluffing my way through this hobby. Occasionally, it all runs smoothly. Edge 11 on EQ8 on an old one. Lovely. And he's guiding well, getting some nice, crispy-looking subs. You'll love to see it. Good stuff, mate. Good stuff. I hope you're having a good session there. Ooh, the sombrero. Oh, I like this target, guys. This is one of my favorites. Did not get as much data on it as I wanted to. Recently purchased an Edge 11, redoing it with that this week. Probably my favorite galaxy. Probably mine too. Still learning PixInsight even after 18 months. So this was taken with the C925 XLT, so non-Edge HD, and a 533mm Pro RGB filters. So there's a bit of background mottling. As you can see, there's like a large purple splotch here, and top right very slightly. The rest of it's predominantly green, and that green is prevalent also too in the plane of the galaxy. So I guess you could tackle this with a passive SCNR at about half strength once, then invert the image, and a full strength passive SCNR might push this back towards decent state of color balance. but without like actually trying it, it's hard to say. But you could, if you've got more to work with in terms of the available area around this galaxy, you might wish to try GradientXpert to get rid of any gradients before further processing. And then if you've got it, plate solve the image and use spectrophotometric color calibration in PixInsight, and that'd help get your colors a little bit more accurate too. Wonderful photos from everyone, excellent feedback, Luke. Hey, thank you, mate. That's very kind of you to say. Yeah, and you guys are right, by the way. Of course, just because I'm offering feedback doesn't mean I think the image is bad in any way, shape, or form. I'm just trying to stay true to what we're doing here, which is like a critique session. Let's just see now. So 20 hours of integration, HA03 RGB for the stars only. Got ya. The infrared needs a lot more time. All right. So a TS100 quadruplet on a German equatorial mount 45, Gem 45. Is that an Ioptron mount? I think. QHY533 mono, EAF, Antlia 3nm, HA03, and RGBV series filters. PixInsight with RC Astro Tools, Portal 2, Arizona. Nice. All right then, mate. So, looking pretty nice. Looking pretty nice overall, I have to say. What I would do, there's not too much feedback to offer, to be honest. You've got it pretty darn close. What I would potentially do here, mask out the blue, if you can, and perhaps try to just inch it slightly more towards like a lighter tealish color by upping the values of both the blue and the green in that channel by maybe a slight curves manipulation, being sure to tuck the low point of the curve so you don't affect this, I think, quite nice black point that you've set on the image. It looks like there is hints of HA going through this whole image all across the background that I'm seeing there. You may wish to perhaps mask and stretch that aside from Thor's Nebula on its own right there, Thor's helmet, as you could indeed get even more popping up in the background right there. Reminiscent of, let's say, images of the Crescent Nebula, where you could focus just on the crescent, or you could try to pull out that background veil of HA that's there as well. I think this looks very similar. But overall, in terms of color balance, I think the HA could stand a little bit more, probably green values being added to it, as counterintuitive as that might seem, but it should push it further away from this burgundy color towards being a little bit more towards a reddish, rusty kind of color. But if you've gone for this palette on purpose, by the way, disregard all of what I've just said, basically, because it's still very attractive on its own. So yeah, well done, mate. Nice stuff. Sadly, I've got to go for tonight. Thanks for the feedback. No problem at all, Ed. Thanks so much for submitting your images, mate. It's really helpful for everybody, I think. Yeah, cheers. Sebity, another one from this chap right here, 66.7 hours. Wow. HA LRGB from the remote observatory. TS100 quad again, so it's the same setup. Nina and PixInsight AA pod on 21st of December 2024. Yeah, and we can see why. It's a very pretty image. You know what I mean? A very, very pretty image. I do believe Chuck posted an image of this same sort of region. 2 different processing takes on it. This one, I do like the fact that at the core of this lobe of like blue nebulosity right here, you can see there's a hint of red creeping in, almost giving the impression of like a transparency to this segment of nebula, allowing you to see through the veil a little bit into the background. So I really like that. That's a real positive point of this image for me. I think the black point is really quite darn close. Just for my tastes, I would set it very slightly darker, but it's entirely arguable as to whether that'd be the right thing to do or not. And especially who the chuffinell am I to judge, given that this got an A pod anyway, so. But I'm just, I'm trying to give you feedback as I see it. But overall, mate, yeah, just really tastefully processed. I like what you've done. I really like what you've done. And especially that feeling, like I said, once again, of transparency to parts of this image, particularly, let's say, where this red background HA here continues on through, penetrates through behind that veil of reflection nebulosity right there, allowing you to see how faint and wispy it is, while also offering a sense of depth to the image, I think. Yeah, very, very pretty. Very pretty. Wonderful work. My coffee's run out. Catch you soon on the next one, Paul. No worries, Paul, mate. Hopefully you guys are still enjoying. We will push on. Richard's Astrophotography, Fishhead Nebula, C95, 553 Pro. Is there a bigger buzz in this orbit than seeing hydrogen images come through? Agreed. Yeah, fully agree, mate. It's cracking, in it. It's a lot of fun. So this is the Fishhead, in it. Yeah, the Fishhead Nebula, part of the Heart Nebula. Indeed. Wonderful. Yeah, I like it, mate. I think there's going to be a lot going on in this once you get some data stacked up. Of course, you can see some small stacking artifacts creeping in just there at the top. But yeah, overall, mate, bit of noise reduction on this, and you are good to go. Pretty nice stuff. Well done, Richard. Jakub has posted an image here with his 200p 533 MC Pro HEQ5 Pro, a 2x1 mosaic, so he's opted to use, you know, side-by-side mosaic for this square format sensor. Good choice. Of dual narrowband SV220 and broadband Barden neodymium, 21 hours in total of integration. Lovely. It's worked out really, really well. Yeah, I have to say, I think the black point is just fractionally too dark for me on my monitor, but it's certainly not clipped. I can guarantee you that it's not clipped. But yeah, all of these just look beautiful now. As feedback that I could offer you, I would consider, and this is just entirely up to you if you want to do this for image. Aesthetically speaking, I might offer a small rotation to this image. So these diffraction spikes are perfectly parallel with the sides of your screen. You know, let's say as the person viewing it, that could be slightly distracting. And maybe mask everything, all the bright parts of this image out, invert the mask, and just stretch the background just a little so you can pull out more of this very, very faint tidal extension leading off the edge of the Hamburger galaxy right there. And also you might catch a little bit more of this side fleck just coming off just there. But overall, mate, cracking image. I really like what you've done with it. If I could offer any more feedback, it would be, I think the galaxies could stand even a tiny touch more saturation, bring out some more of these blues, but color balance overall is very good. And maybe the stars could stand a tiny touch more saturation, but again, it's tiny bits of feedback. It's a really good image. Hidabadi Astro was listening to you while driving back from the office, and now finally on my PC. Let's go! Yes! Good stuff, mate. Jorge Roque, QHY247C, IDAS NBZ UHS 2-inch, SCT, an 11-inch Edge HD Hyperstar V4, so just like my setup really there. 20 5-minute subs, 7 5-minute subs, so the second panel suffered a little bit. Gain 2200, so again, this is what we were talking about earlier about the gain scales being totally non-transferable between manufacturers. But yeah, overall, let's just take a look. Bottle 9 is taking this from, by the way. So lovely, to be honest, mate. I think you've done a really nice job overall. I can almost feel like you've not processed this to bring out the oxygen 3 on a purpose, with the hopes of trying to preserve the kind of natural look in this image. And I think if you have done that on purpose, I think you've succeeded. It's very pretty. Yeah, it's very pretty. I like it. I'm guessing that the right hand panel over here is the one that's less integrated, as it looks just that touch more scratchy. This looks a bit more rich, this left hand panel, but yeah, mate, well done overall. Well done. You love to see it. Thank you, Luke. Good tips. I'll try what I can with it. Oh, okay, Jakub. So you saw what I was just saying there. That's awesome. Overall, mate, though, beautiful. Yeah, a really stunning image. I think you've done a wonderful job. So please, don't let any of the feedback I've given you deter you in any way, shape, or form. You're really good at what you do. So please keep doing it. Another from Jakub, M81, M82, the Bodes in the Cigar Galaxy. So if you're still here, Jakub, I can offer you a little bit more feedback on this one. Looks like it's been the same approach, dual narrowband and Bada neodymium filter. This one, there's definitely a gradient visible left in the image, so you can see like a little bit of a sunk region around Bode's Galaxy right there. You've done a nice job of extracting background overall on the left, but I think the right sunk some of these targets a little bit in, which just gave the appearance of a gradient being left in from left to right on this image. But it ain't much. I think it's perfectly serviceable. But the main thing in this image that I'm seeing is there's definitely a background color cast throughout the whole thing of purple. You know what I mean? So background neutralization or something is what you're going to need to be able to tackle that. But otherwise, in terms of processing quality and color fidelity and detail that you've captured on the galaxies themselves, I think you've done a nice job, a very nice job indeed. Particularly, I think, out of the two jobs that's present in this image, the one that's the most favorite of mine would have to be Bode's Galaxy right there. I think you've done a very nice job processing that. So yep, well done, mate. As like I say, if you could just tackle that little bit of a gradient in the background, that's very, very nice. Heard about it, Astro. I work in the night shift, so it's about 5 a.m. in the morning. Blimey. So technically I usually stay awake all my imaging sessions. Crikey. Well, good on you, mate, for putting the hours in. Joe Finel. Astro Noddy. Spacecat 51. The old model got you. 533 MC Pro. PixInsight. Following one of your tutorials. Damn. Hey, you know what, Noddy? You've done a cracking job there. I have to say, and I promise I'm not just saying that because you followed one of my tutorials. No, I think you've done a really nice job. Yeah, there's not much feedback to actually give you on this. I think overall you've controlled the image nicely. I can see there's been challenges in the data. There's a little bit of softness around these outer edges and such, but I think you've done everything you feasibly could. There's no evidence of background gradients and things left in it. Color balance is good. I mean, if I want to be super giga picky, I could maybe say the background is just fractionally brighter than I would personally feel like I'd have it for that data set, but don't change it. You know what I mean? If it looks good for you, it's good for you. So yeah, spot on. Jakub is just saying thank you. Still have a lot to learn after just 1 year of astro imaging. You're doing so well, mate, after 1 year. I'll try to boost the stretch so I can see those gradients better on my monitor. Got ya. I give up on Discord. I'll just watch on YouTube. So I'm so sorry, Steve. I don't mean to be stressing you out on your evening, buddy. Jorge has published another one here. QHY247. So the same rig we were talking about, the Edge 11 Hyperstar. 17 5-minute subs with this QHY247C and a dual narrowband filter. Bottom 9 skies. Yeah, nice. Just having a look around your image, I think your work on it is very nice. And again, I feel like he's gone for, it feels like a conscious decision to leave the oxygen 3 deliberately a little bit more muted and let the rosette be a rose in this case. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I like it, mate. I think if I could give you one tiny little bit of feedback, there's a small green cast in the background, but it is small. It's very, very small indeed. So don't get too het up about it. It's very little. Nice work. Let's just see. Is it 11:40? It's 11:20, mate, in the UK. That's what it is for us here, Jack. Jakub has posted another one, SQA55 this time with the 533 MC Pro and an SV220 7nm 2-inch filter. Nice. He's got some good resolution on that little planetary nebula right there. You can see. Look at that thing, shining like a little jewel. Yeah, lovely stuff. I feel like the processing on the colours of the heart is very deliberate. So yeah, I like that. I like what you've achieved overall. Around the fish head too, it's in keeping with the rest of the shot. Perhaps an incredibly tiny green cast to the background, but again, it's not really even worth mentioning. Your black point's set good. Yeah, overall, mate, a nice image. If you want one little bit of negative feedback for this, if you are still here, Jakub, it's that the core has lost its colour on the Heart Nebula right there. So whatever you've used during masking at some point, it's perhaps missed. This region here, the interconnecting HA right there, this little spire and the core, and this second lobe of nebulosity up there, it's all been kind of missed. So it's ended up desaturated when taken in context with the rest of the image. So perhaps if you could mask that and saturate it, that would really add to the image overall for me. But aside from that, yeah, I think it's a technically rather sound image. Well done. Yeah, well done. Thanks for the feedback, Luke. Much appreciated. Still loads to learn with Pixie. Say, hey, well done, Noddy. Yeah, no, honestly, mate, you've done a nice job there, buddy. Thank you for taking the time to submit that and share with us all. This is G Maker. I do believe Gary is his name. ASCAR 130 PHQ 2600 MC, and this is on M78. M78 is really right there. So there's a green cast in the background of this, Gary. Don't know if that's coming through for you on your monitor, buddy, but yeah, that's the major thing about this image that's taken away from an otherwise, I think, quite nice and tastefully processed image. So if you could just, run one pass of SCNR over this thing, it'd probably bring this part of M78 looking back blue once again, rather than pushed towards almost a teal. Yeah, I think just SCNR is probably all that's needed to tackle this. Other than that, mate, if you have NoiseXTerminator, use it for sure. Give it a pass on this thing to get rid of some of this background granularity. And maybe, if you wish, take the stars out on a very small S-curve even. Could tease out some more of this background ripples of nebulosity right there while preserving the rest of it. But yeah, it all depends what you were going for. As it is, it's if you took out that green, it'd be very naturally processed. Yeah, nice stuff. Ball and penis nebula. Oh, crikey, Steve. Hello from Greece. How's it going, Deep Sky Astro? Good to see you, mate. Good to have you here. Another one from Gary, I do believe, right here. The 2600 MC on Markarian's chain. So there's loads of detail in these targets. There is definitely evidence of some images, though. Some problems right here with the background extraction that's gone on. There's a gradient from right to left in the image, a bright spot in the bottom left, top left, and perhaps the opposite in the top right, bottom right. Looks a little bit dark, maybe. Colours wise, not bad, but in the brighter parts of the background, I can see a cast towards blue down here and green over here. So like it's a large scale splotchiness that's coming through. So there's a bit of work to be done on that one for my tastes, Gary, but it's still a nice shot. And I think don't abandon the data. There's more to be had though from it. But good work, and thank you for submitting. Old School Raver just completed Richard. Just completed 16 hours of broadband and 8 hours of HA on M51. Was thinking of adding yours and Chuck's data to it. That's awesome, mate. Crikey. Keith Thompson, Spaghetti Nebula, taken with an SCAR SQA55, 2600 MC, 30 subs at 180 seconds long. First going Pixie Sight. Well, the good news is it's a hell of a lot better than my first going Pixie Sight. It looks like you've suffered a little bit from kind of compression when saving this thing out. So if you want some feedback, let's jump into it. There's a large scale kind of splotch to the background, like we talked about on some of the other images. So background extraction is one thing I'd work on. Perhaps Graxpert might help you. flatten this out a little bit. Overall, if you used a yellow color mask, you could target all of this. It's so predominantly yellow, it'd be easy to catch with a mask. You'd probably also catch some of these background regions right here, which you might need to clip by running up the black point on the histogram on your mask first. But once you did have this selected, you could go ahead and apply a little bit of red into it if you like, using curves transformation right there, just on the red channel alone, and that might push things in a more pleasant direction for you. It looks like the data is a little bit thin on the ground to start capturing more of the oxygen 3 though, so in terms of that, you're limited with what you can do at this point in time. So perhaps if you want to catch more, it's just going to be a case of gathering more data really, mate. So overall, keep on at it, Keith. That would be my my main feedback for you, mate. Say that's your first go in Pixie Insight though. Good stuff, mate. Yeah, good stuff. Milkman, how's it going, buddy? Nice to see you. Good evening everyone. Hope you're doing well. We are indeed. Hope I didn't miss too much. You definitely missed a fair bit. I think that's fair to say, Milkman. We're just working through image submissions right now. I'm just conscious of this a little bit, so I will have to probably speed up a little bit, as unfortunately I've left poor old Chloe and Felix on their own for a good while now. But hopefully she's okay. So this is M45, the Pleiades from Jim. Yeah, from Jim. 5 hours in one-shot colour. Got ya. GT81, 26C, 740. Okay, stacked in APP, edited in Pixie Insight. Nice one. Alright then, Jim. So overall, I like what you've done. There's still a bit of background, like a hole right there, but overall, I feel like you've done a good job of making sure M45 in its position, like spatially speaking, in this image, appears to be correct. It's not been, shoved back in a hole or brought forward accidentally or anything like that. So that's good. There's a lot of this surrounding nebulosity that you've fetched out, which indicates a good deep stretch. You've preserved detail around the stars. However, I can see some small amount of artifacting around many of the stars in the image, unfortunately, on this one, Jim. So maybe you can make this out too. It's hard to say what you guys can see through the stream, but if you're looking at this at like 1440p or whatever, you can probably see there's small dark circles around every star in the image, and it's particularly notable when the star is embedded around this nebulosity in particular, so it makes each star look like it's got a little dark negative halo. And the brighter stars themselves have evidence of a very slight, almost, what would be the word? Not a halo as such. It's like an artifact. That's how I'd have to put it. So something has unfortunately caused a small artifact around the brighter stars on this image, which detracts from an otherwise, I think, very nicely processed shot overall. So I don't know if you're still here, Jim, but this could be a learning moment for us all. I'd love to know what's caused those little like pockmarked appearance around the stars in the shot. But overall, mate, I think you're going absolutely in the right direction, and with a little bit extra work on that one, I think you're going to be cracking away nicely. Oh, you're still here, Jim. Good stuff. Yeah. Hopefully you don't feel like I'm being too brutal with my feedback to you. I'm just trying to offer you whatever I can. Hopefully you don't mind that, mate. Okay, look into it. No problem, Jim. Hopefully it's not just a compression thing and it's like not there on your image at home and I'm just seeing it because it's been uploaded to Discord and compressed. But yeah, thanks for looking at my pictures. I'll work on your suggestions. No problem at all, Gary. Hey, no problem at all, mate. That's what it's all about. Isla White, Taekwondo Live. Evening, everyone. Was looking forward to imaging tonight, but fog has rolled in. Damn. Let's just quickly check, by the way, and see what's going on for us. We appear to be performing an autofocus, but this looks very suspiciously greened. Like, ooh, that looks bright, doesn't it? My sky looks so bright now. I wonder if we're experiencing a bit of aurora or such. Either way, I'm not going to lose any sleep whatsoever over it right now. Let's just crack on with what we were doing. The task at hand. Good to hear that, Jim. I'm really glad you're so open with how you take feedback. That's wonderful, buddy. It really is. Rosette Nebula by Sab. So let's see. Redcat 71, the WIFT internal focuser one. I just call them a WIFT. ASI 533 MC Pro, AM3, dual band L Extreme filter, 62 3-minute subs. Nice one. So, black point, very accurate on the image. I think that's just about where I'd set it myself. Looking at this thing. Yeah, well, you know what, mate? Overall, really nice depth of stretch. It looks like it could stand maybe just a touch more noise reduction if you want to take it even further. And particularly, I think if you had access to BlurXTerminator or something like that, that could be passed over this image. I don't think you've applied it. Looking at the profiles of these stars, I think it could stand a little past the BXT, and that would take it up just another notch. But yeah, I like it, mate. I like it. I think what you've gone for, the rosette as a rose, yeah, I'm on board. Not too much feedback to offer. If you want the little bit of feedback I can offer, there's a small green halo around most of the stars in the image. It's minor, but it's there on my monitor. So if you want to get rid of that, just apply SCNR to your image. It shouldn't rob anything else in this image of any of its color. It should just tackle those small halos. You know, you can really see them right there, particularly in the core cluster around the middle of the rosette. But yeah, Nexi, just finished processing my best image ever. Nice one. And as Stan just says there, by the way, yeah, great point, Stan. When uploading to Discord, please use the .png file format. Yes, absolutely. That's really, really, really good advice. So how many images do we have to go? We've got a few to go, so I'm just gonna push on a little bit. Astro Mars 72 ED Pro 585 from TubeTech, cool to 0. TubeTech LRGB HA, 7.5 hours luminance, an hour each of RGB, so a little bit light on RGB perhaps, but still you've got some nice color. So without knowing what you've processed this in and what tools you have available to you, I'm just going to tell you what I would do with the tools I have available to me, and hope that you can, if you don't have those tools, extrapolate some useful information all the same. But right, so let's just dive in. You've made a pretty image. Let's get that out of the way right away, so please don't feel like I'm absolutely shitting on it or anything. But there's obviously some issues we need to talk about. So there's a lot of noise in the core of the galaxy, and quite an aggressive mask of some kind appears to have been applied, which has truncated some of the data available in the outer edges of these spiral arms. So for me, I would like to see noise reduction tool applied to this, be it Grexpert noise reduction, or if you had it, Russell Croman's NoiseXTerminator. That would be really useful before going on further in processing. Whatever mask you've applied, by the way, has caught parts of these legs and like arms of extension in the galaxy a little too selectively, so it no longer looks believable, if you like. There's still a remnant gradient going from left to right in your image. I don't know if you can see that. The diffraction spikes that you've added is just a matter of taste. If you like them, great, leave them in. For me, I can take them or leave them. So I shan't comment on those. I just want people to know that's obviously not meant to be there as part of data capture from a 72 ED. But some people do that because it evokes that feeling of like Hubble imagery, let's say, if that's what you grew up with as a child. Perhaps you want to see that in your own images. There's also some evidence of some strangeness right here. You can see there's like a semicircular angle around this star and then a flat top that's kind of cut it off a little bit strangely as well. But yeah, for me, some sort of masking's been applied, and it's divoted around bright stars here. Hopefully you guys can see this through the stream. And yeah, so that's the homework list if you want one. It would be try to flatten the background a little bit more and try to apply at least one of the free tools if you don't have access to the paid ones for noise reduction overall. But yeah, you're going in the right direction, mate, and I think the rest of it will follow then with just some more practice. So yeah, well done, and thank you for submitting your data. Just finished posting my best image. Don't worry, Luke, you'll see it on AstroBin image of the day. Yes, mate, nice. Good day, everyone, Marco says. Good day, Marco. Just sharing a sample of my latest process data. Any tips or feedback is welcome. Don't own any dedicated rigs, just a C-Star S50 and a Dwarf 3. Okay, but I enjoy using remote telescope services to practice my processing. Been learning from YouTube tutorials for a little over a year now. Here's an example of my latest processing work. Okay, so this is data from a TAC FSQ 106 EDX4 QHY600M Pro. Got an helicopter going overhead. Wonder if we can pick it up on the on the camera. Yeah, there it is. That huge streak. Just heard the it sounds like a police helicopter or something. Going overhead. Anyway, back to the feedback. I'm easily distracted. QHY600M Pro, 14.5 hours of HA, S2 and O3 filters, stacked in serial, processed in PixInsight. Alright, so we've got some indication of what tools he has to work with. So there's background color cast on all of these images that I can see just from this overview that you've offered. I overall like what you've done with the oxygen portion of this nebula. I think that's great. The rest of the image though, the oxygen being that color, that traditional teal-ish color, makes the rest of this look a little bit out of place for me, as it's I want to say like an off copper color. It's not quite copper, it's not quite yellow, it's somewhere in between. It's not gold either. So there's fragments of it that look like they're golden in appearance, which is nice to see, but it's like there's too much red, I want to say, crept in overall, a little bit too much red. So yeah, overall there's a bit of a background purple cast on all of these images, as I stated, so that goes for all of the images. And there's a little bit of a remnant gradient creeping in from the top left, bottom left, and top right. Hopefully you can see those points of glow just around that. So it's minor, but there it is. But I think other than that, the positive points now, if you want to get onto this, your depth of stretch is very good indeed. Your black point is quite accurate. Virgin just a little bit too dark for my tastes, but it's just, you know, it's perfectly acceptable. And I think overall, in terms of the detail portion of processing, you know, how tight you've made your stars and the available, like, notable points in images, the tadpoles themselves, etc., the fly right here, the spider and fly, that's really tasteful. So I think you've done a good job in terms of that. Just looking, this would load the flaming star. This is a close-up, I assume, of that region. Yeah, so that purple background's really coming through strong there. Again, it could just be a colour taste thing. Maybe he's gone for this on purpose and wants that kind of purplish tinge. I don't know. But yeah, nice work overall, mate. And just like I said, I think there's a lot you could do with that quality of data. So good on you. We'll just wrap up in a moment. So Derry 316, oops, 32 minutes on the C-Star S50 on the Leo Trio. Nice, using the device software, so stacked using that, and quick edit in Cyril. Alright mate, so we've obviously got some noise to contend with, given that it's just 30 minutes or so, but you've picked up some detail, so that indicates to me that your focus is nice and sharp, and it's framed well. You've placed it, you know, properly when framing things up. The main thing, of course, is the noise in the background that's detracting from the image, because it's such a strong blue, purple, red mottle that blends right into and through the planes of all these galaxies too. It's like looking at it through a purple haze. If we get a bit Jimi Hendrix on you there, but yeah, overall, mate, if you could tackle that, I think that'd be the thing to do. But crack on, you know what I mean? It's good stuff. Here's one from Pete, my version of M101 with data provided by Chuck from Starfront. The rest of star flares still bug my happiness, but c'est la vie. Fair enough, Pete. I don't know if you're still here, mate, but let's take a good look. So, I think your black point's really good on this one, Pete. I know sometimes we kind of like sort of disagree on setting black points, but I think you've set this one really nicely overall. The amount of detail in the galaxy is astonishing. It looks absolutely tremendous, I have to say. Nightmate gonna watch some YouTube videos on how to do Discord. Got you, Steve. Done a review marathon. How are you still standing? I don't even know, Ollie, mate. I've really pushed on. I feel like I made a promise and I don't want to let anybody down. So, yeah. Just had the "are you coming to bed" conversation, says Ian. Oh, Pete's saying, I remember what you said last time. Oh, that's fair enough, Pete. I'm really glad that you found some useful feedback there. Yeah, so since you are still here, Pete, cracking stuff, mate. Yeah, congratulations. I think it's beautiful. As far as feedback goes, I don't think you need my feedback. It's very, very pretty, mate. Incredibly deep stretch, you know what I mean? As evidenced by the fact that, let's say this leg right here and here, this extension, like reconnects back up with the galaxy back there. So it's got this massive appearance, but none of it looks forced. It all appears to be natural and yeah, just nice. Just nice, mate. Yeah, love it. Cracking image. Well done, Pete. I remember what you said last time as a question. I'm sorry, Pete, you might have lost me there, mate. Try to jog my memory, if you can. Ollie, now then, mate. So let's see. G'day, Luke. Just to give you guys a southern target. This was just one night, 2 panels, 553 MC Pro, and the Sammy 135. Antler Geonarban. Nice stuff, Ollie. Overall, mate, I think your image is cracking. The only thing I'm going to suggest to you to change on this, because it looks like your depth of stretch is really good. You've kept the bright points completely in hand, and I know how bright this region is in particular. It's just this background green cast over the whole thing. So the green is present everywhere. For my tastes, if you just drop that out of it with SCNR, yeah, chef's kiss. That'd be spot on, mate. Love to see it. Put the question mark by mistake. Oh, I see now. So minus the question mark. You had me wondering then, Pete. Fair enough. James Cloudman, thanks for the live stream, Luke. Heading out to set up. Might have a chance to get a few subs tonight. Nice one, James. Good luck, buddy. Mark Astro Z-Boyd, thank you, Mark. That's wonderfully kind of you, mate. Great stream tonight, Luke. Look forward to the next one. I'll look forward to seeing you there, Mike, if you get the chance, mate. It's always a pleasure. Thank you so much for your support. Let's just catch up very slightly. Stan says, I've been trying to get Pete to do a session in Discord to share his secrets. The trade secrets. Give them to us, Pete. Nice, he's lovely. It really is a phenomenal bloody image and all. 400 millifocal length capturing that. That's wondrous stuff. Marco says, awesome. Thank you for the great feedback. No problem at all, Marco. No problem at all, mate. Appreciate it. Thank you and all the work you put into videos. They've been a great help during my learning process. That's wonderful to hear. Yeah, that's awesome. And hey, no problem at all, Ollie. I'm glad you can see that green, mate. To me, that's the only thing that's detracting from an otherwise really rather tastefully processed image. I have to say, yeah, a nice quality stretch has been applied to that. Star profiles are lovely. Overall, yeah, it's pretty tasty, mate. Good stuff. Yeah, that'd be all I'd change. Hey, thank you again, Mark. Thank you again, mate. I really, really appreciate it. I know Brian left. I'm sure he said he had to go now, but this is his image of the rosette. First crack at image in the rosette. So it's his first time on it as well. Also his first time using HA. Blimey. A lot of firsts. I think I had 3 hours of HA data and then an hour each of RGB. Okay. So a matching 50-50 breakup for those. breakdown rather, 12-minute subs, ASCAR 65, 2600mm Pro. Currently gathering more data on this target, see where it takes me. Nice. Right then, mate. So, your black point, lovely. Yeah, I like that. It's set nicely. Your stars are well controlled in terms of shape and size. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you could stretch the HA of this a little harder. It looks like the stretch that you've applied to the HA has been held back a little bit by the available RGB data. I can see indications, let's say, of HA just coming through right here, flecking out into the image just over here, connecting up to the edge of your frame as well, right here. So I feel if you could isolate the HA from this and stretch it just a touch more deeply, Brian, I think you'd take this image up just another notch as well. But it's already pretty. I like what you've done. I think you've gone for that beautiful red on a purpose. It looks like there's, you know, that were consciously done. So yeah, well done, mate. Nice stuff. Again, I'm seeing it on a lot of images. There is an incredibly slight green cast to the background, and it is super slight. So probably don't even change it. If it looks perfect on yours, just yeah, leave it as is. Secret to good processing is Greg's, an instant improvement. I'd love a Greg's right now, mate. Oh, Ollie, thank you so much for that. You deserve a coffee for that, Paul. Top work from Tom Man. Oh, you're too kind, Ollie. Thank you so much for that, mate. I really appreciate the support. I do. I will use that. I'm due to order some more coffee, so that can go into the coffee fund directly. Every cup I enjoy for a while, I'll be thinking of you, mate. Thank you. Stan just saying he's just removed the green from your image there as well. But yeah, love it, mate. I tell you what, that Samyang 135 is putting in some work in it. Hey, look, Stan's just done it there. That's cracking, mate. I like that. Yeah. Good stuff. I suppose that's it. Done. At that point, if you wanted to now, it's all just like artistic choice at this point. You could leave it exactly as is, and it stands on its own. If you wanted to change the kind of coppery gold tones, make them slightly redder. If you want, you could grab all of those with a yellow mask, basically, and just inject slight up curve of red to make them like deeper, golder, more coppery, if you like, overall. But yeah, mate, it's cracking. As it is, it stands on its own completely, perfectly fine as a beautiful image. Throw in a bagel too, from 2 pancakes. Thank you, mate. That's awesome. I'll have to get a bagel as well then, yeah. Crikey. Thank you so much for the support, guys. That means a lot. I tell you what, I'm losing my voice at the end of this stream, though. Blimey, haven't we gone through some images tonight? It seems like you guys really enjoy these critique sessions, though. So, you know, going forwards, this is something we can absolutely keep doing. If people enjoy seeing them, it gives us a good way to like spend some time together. Hopefully, everybody as a community learns from these. I definitely learn from these myself. So, you know, hopefully it's completely transferable to you guys watching and interacting that way. But yeah, I think overall they're a major positive that we've got going on right here. Just uploaded my second best image. I'll refresh in a minute and get to that then next. See, yeah, spot on. So ENS ASCAR V 80mm with the reducer 384mm focal length, a 533 and ASCAR Color Magic HA03 filter, 130 2-minute subs. So it looks a bit out of focus, if you want my honest feedback, mate. So that's the thing to work on. I can see, you know, there's obviously some data there, but it's just very unfortunately that's out of focus. You know what I mean? I hate that that's the feedback that I have to give you on this. But positives, suppose your black point's reasonably accurate down here in the bottom left. Could do it in being a bit darker. I think. But yeah, if this data was focused, then I would say to you that the rosette itself appears to be too brown in color. It's going for neither one way nor the other, so it's ended up falling in between into like the brown category, unfortunately. So I'd choose a direction, be it going for more yellow or more red, and go for it basically, and just up it up that little bit and try to push it in the right direction. The Oxygen 3 appears to be very slightly biased towards red, though. I will give you that feedback, as it appears slightly purple. So you could tackle that by masking it, and applying a small up curve of green probably would be enough to bias off that red out of it without having to manually drag down the red and hope that your green and blue are in balance at that point. But yeah, sorry I can't give you more feedback on that, Ian. It's just, yeah, your focus mask. But point taken, it was the first time I used them. So what you're looking for on the masks, Ian, let's say you want to get in perfect focus, you need to be banging your batting off mask on the head with your filter in place, everything as it will be when you're going to be imaging. So mask on the end at that point, with it centralized, of course, with respect to the aperture of your telescope. Then set up an appropriate length exposure loop where you're going to be able to see these brighter stars, particularly the ones in the center, is what I'd be paying most attention to. Even though it looks like the field flatness of your telescope is very good, this is just a general rule. You're better off focusing in the middle if all you can. So these stars around here in particular, maybe like a 5-second exposure looping would give you an indication of where those spikes are lying. So you can have some crossing spikes like this, which will always be crossing. And then the one spike in the middle, in this case, will be biased across either further to the left or further to the right. And all you want to do is completely bisect that cross perfectly. You know, the cross that's in place from the other two sides of the spikes. That central spike, push it straight through the middle. And then you will be tack on perfect focus, guaranteed. There's no two ways around it. When you performed like a diffraction focus like that, it's focused. So hopefully that's useful feedback for you, Ian. But yeah, hopefully that's helpful. Looks like someone else caught the solar squirrel right there. I can definitely see. Maybe it's a rabbit, actually. Hard to tell. There's definitely something there. There's its eye, there's its cheek, there's its nose, ears pinned back, legs. I'm seeing it. I'm definitely seeing it. It's a bloody pretty image, though. I will share that for sure. Looks fluffy, like a macro photo of a tennis ball. It's damn good, that, Pete. I like it. Yeah, lovely stuff. So that is Pete. Oh, that's Chuck's data. Got you. Paul, the Christmas tree. Oh, hit about the Astro with the 100 of I don't know what currency, I'm afraid, buddy, but thank you for your support. I really appreciate it. Yes, it's a steep learning curve. It is, Ian. It is, and that's why I absolutely want to double down on what I'm saying and not put you off in any way, shape, or form. I'm the reason I'm like disappointed is because I can see so much potential in the image. If it were just in focus, that'd have been spot on. But yeah, you'll get there, mate. You'll absolutely get there. I can see that a lot of stuff is technically sound in your image, by the way. You know, like you haven't experienced guide errors, it looks like, or anything like that. So that looks great. Overall illumination is good. So that's really good to see. But yeah, rupees, thank you, mate. I appreciate that. It's really kind of you to reach into your pocket and offer support directly. I appreciate it. Snail on the side. Yeah. Night, Jim. Thank you so much for spending so much of your evening with me, buddy. I appreciate it. I hope Joan will forgive me for bothering you for so long. Thanks for the constructive feedback. Clear skies all. Thank you again, Jim. A pleasure as always, mate. So this one's from Paul, new to this hobby, feeling my way. Okay then, Paul. Overall, mate, we've had a few little things going on. You know, like you see a couple of streaks going through the image, and stars have ceased to be stars, unfortunately, due to the level of compression used. So I can't judge this image as you would be seeing it on your your own screen, unfortunately. But just from a, you know, like a framing perspective, I like that you've gone for it. You know what I mean? You've got the Fox first centralized to this, the cone at the top, this little region down here at the bottom, so it's not, you know, negatively framed in any way, shape, or form. It's just a bit compressed, unfortunately. So I'd love to see another version. If you could upload that anytime, Paul. If you do see this, one more quick refresh on this. Just back into kit now. Fair enough, Jim. Snail on the side of the sun. Yeah, indeed. Oh crikey, we've got a few more submissions. Oh no. I will try to power through these. TKD text, Edge HD8, 07 reducer, 2 hours, 26 MC Pro, L Ultimate. Taking on the Isle of Wight. Okay. Nice detailed shot. Green bias to the background, unfortunately, though, mate. If you could take that out, that'd make the rest of Thor's head look that bit more blue. And overall, if you wished to, you could mask out these yellower regions right here and then push them slightly more towards red if you wanted. But if you're happy with it as it is, mate, just disregard what I'm saying, because overall, technically, it's a nice image in terms of, you know, mechanical challenges that you will have faced, into like guiding and things like that. Looks like it's been really good and sharp focus. So yeah, good stuff. Give you a like. Astro Ian. Kronberger Ferrero. Okay. Small planetary nebula in Cepheus. Captured in Edge HD11. Play 1 Ares M. Just starting out. Says Citizen Fortress. Have an MK 105, 224 MC, 533 MC, 120. Okay. An MK 105. Is that a little Maxitov 105? I think you could have some fun with that for sure, mate. But for most of your work, if you wanted to go after like deep sky and learn where the curve of difficulty is, I think perhaps at its most engaging. It's like not too easy, not too hard. I'd probably be focusing on some time spent with that Rokinon right there. The Rokinon 135, and perhaps your 533 on the back of that. And maybe have a go with the MK 105 on some lunar work and stuff like that. So yeah, that's where I'd be putting my initial efforts in. If you're just starting out, that's where I'd be putting my time and effort into. So yeah, hopefully that's useful for you. And no problem, Ian. Thank you for submitting your image, mate. I'd love to see more from you, Ian. If you do get the chance, mate, let me know how it goes. Thanks for the feedback. Loading up Pixie Site now. No problem at all, mate. So Taekwondo, got your TKD. Yeah, Thor helmets. That's what I'd do to that one, mate. Overall, though, background colours and stuff are good. So you're definitely on the right tracks. 100%. Sounds good. We're going to try and get some galaxies with the 533 and the MK 105. You could. It's likely to be very challenging, though, due to that MK 105. Likely going to be something like F14 or something, focal ratio. If I'm thinking of the right scope, it's going to be hard. And guiding at that kind of focal length is difficult too. But yeah, so this planetary nebula anyway. Sorry, stars only were captured in RGB, drizzled to match the resolution of the narrowband image. Two of them combined to get narrowband of the main object and RGB stars. Still experimenting with this. Got ya. Processing Pixie Site. Hope you like it. Yeah, I like it. 100%, Ian. Yeah. It looks like there's obviously some spotting gone off here where I don't know. You've kind of stamped around some of these stars for some reason. I don't know what's going on. There's like one at bottom here as well. It could stand a bit of noise reduction. Ian would be one of my main feedback points for you, mate. But overall resolution that you've displayed is very good. The star at the heart of the planetary nebula is cleanly resolved as a pinpoint of light. Almost looks like there might be a very tight B component next to it as well. Just if this was a clock face, just at 1 o'clock from it, like really tight in. Hopefully I'm not hallucinating, but I've looked at this screen too long. But yeah, overall, mate, a bit of noise reduction on that. And I think you're golden. There appears to be a very slight gradient going from bottom left, top right, lighter in the bottom left. But yeah, it's nice. It's nice, and I applaud you for going after a non-standard target as well, to be honest with you. That's lovely to see. You got a reducer for it as well. Okay. Yeah, link at the top. That's the one, buddy. So M81, M82, SQA55. Damn, 21 hours of data. Took the best 14 hours for this image. Good on you, mate, for being really selective with your data. I can't knock you for that. Kevin. Let's just see. 2 minute subs, bottle 4-ish. One shot color data with an astronomic L3. Okay. UV IR cut. 3 times drizzle. BlurX, NoiseX, splotchiness at AFN, black point is hard to balance. It is hard to balance, yeah. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, overall, mate, given that you've taken this with 55 mils of aperture, that's pretty incredible. Yeah, that's pretty incredible. Well done. If I could offer you a little bit of feedback, it does look like the noise reduction's a little bit too far on these regions of IFN. The kind of melding with the background rather than truly being separate from the background. But it's minor feedback, you know what I mean? But there it is. Star colours are really interesting. I don't even particularly mind some of these stars that have got slight magenta around them, to be honest with you, as it's it reminds me of like candy or something in a gumball machine. It's just it's pretty. Aesthetically pleasing, I think, would be the correct way to look at this. But yeah, overall, mate, good work. Astonishing level of detail captured in bodes, and even more so in the heart of the cigar. I think you've done a wonderful, tasteful job of processing those. Background, colour balance, by the way, really good. Black point, really good. Well done. Yeah, well done. Cracking work. You must be tired. Absolutely knackered, mate. I'm doing my best, though. I'm doing my best. I promised I'd get through them, so I'll try to do it. Dave Aldrich, 4 hours and 5 minutes, bottom 9, so you're up against it there, Dave. Crikey, mate. L Enhance, Uranus C, with a 114 F395. 3D printed Newtonian astrograph that I designed and built. That's absolutely sick, Dave. I like to see, so you've gone for like a 6-point spike, so I'm assuming your secondary mirror is supported in 3 points, 120 degrees opposed. Gives a really nice appearance anyway, wherever you've done. It's gone for that James Webb kind of look. Stars to the corners are cracking, overall illumination. Wonderful, your black points set accurately. Yeah, really just a really tasteful, natural looking image. Well done. That's my feedback for you, Dave. Well done, mate. Yeah, please, more of those. It's fun to see people doing stuff like that. You promised that when the review was just posted. No problem, mate. I'm gonna jump like these last few. I think we can probably power through these without me falling too far into the bad books with Chloe, but yeah, we're getting through. One shot color dual band, 13 hours, FF80, ball 7. Let's see this then. So there's some evidence, very slight evidence of like haloing around these stars. I know how much of a pain in the ass that can be. So if you do watch this, Jack, I'm not pulling you up on those. I'm just saying, like, I can see you've had to deal with those. This is biased a little bit too far towards green in terms of the colour balance of the oxygen 3, but I don't actually dislike it that much. I think it's pretty good. It goes with the rest of the image. My main complaint with it is it's just a little bit noisy, a little bit scratchy, a little bit noisy. So if you have a way of denoising this, that would be the next step overall, mate. I really think it would be brought up a level with maybe a touch of SCNR, maybe 35%, 40% strength or so, would peel that back just enough to make it go that oxygen 3 teal if you wanted that, while still eliminating, let's say, this green bias over much of the background of the image. But yeah, overall, mate, good work. Keep on keeping on. You know what I mean? Please refresh. Oh mate, it's so tiring. I've been here for hours. I don't even know how many hours I've been live. My streaming software's playing funny beggars at the minute, but starting to get screen blindness. You know, when you've looked at your screen too much and it becomes hard to differentiate colours. I tell you what, on a minor point tangential to that, I think that's a strong reason that you should walk away as part of your processing workflow. Just walk away for a bit, come back to it before you hit save. The amount of times I do that because I get distracted or whatever, I need to go do something and come back and like, wow, what happened there? It's actually useful. But yeah, Christoph Domansky, hello Luke, 585mm is here. Good stuff, Christoph. Congratulations on your new camera, mate. That's cool. D2 does do halos. Thanks for the feedback. Hey, no problem at all, mate. Probably your best with that scope. Oh, okay, Dave. Yeah. Well, it's a nice shot, and yeah, definitely makes sense. Absolutely, you can fully go screen blind. I'm sure of it. So like walking away, come back, just have a look. If everything's golden, great. You had a little break. But many times you'll come back and think, wow. Let's make some adjustments. Quite a bit of noise in this one coming through, and a slightly overdone core to the bubble, which has lost some of its detail. There should be a little spire in there, and I'm sure your resolving power is enough that you would have caught it. Background colour is largely unbiased. I think it's pretty good. Looks fairly neutral. Maybe just a tint of blue. It's really minor though. I think the biggest thing right there would be some noise reduction applied to this. I think that would take it up a step. I do feel, however, that there is an element of hallucination to parts of this image. So like looks like irregular amounts of detail, let's say in this really faint low signal to noise ratio stuff over here. It appears to have picked up some extra detail, and this stuff out here looks overly textured just a little bit. So I don't know if you've used some sort of AI-powered deconvolution while the image was in a stretched state, but I don't know. I'm seeing something. Only you can confirm if what I'm seeing is real or not. But yeah. Oh, no, I mean, it's finally in shops a little late, but still. Got you, Christoph. Sorry, I thought you'd purchased one and it's arrived. Yeah, I think that's going to be a good camera for a lot of people. Runner SMG, 30 hours of integration, about equal numbers. 3-minute subs, LRGB, and a few hours of hydrogen. 107 ASCAR, and 2600 Pro. So, a lot of magenta in the shot, mate, to be honest. So there's a gradient going from left to right. It's brighter on the left, darker on the right. There's a green cast to the whole of the background. That's obviously prevalent. But the main thing on this, mate, is it's really tinted towards magenta somehow. Like it's got vastly out of color balance to the point where I can't just give you like a push this curve here, push that curve there. Kind of feedback, unfortunately. Whatever you've used for background extraction on this as well, or perhaps even masking, has led to a shadow, like a drop shadow around parts of the galaxy, which is quite distracting as well. I don't mean this to absolutely like just annoy you or something. I'm not trying to just be mean. I'm trying to help with this. So if you do see this feedback, please take it in the spirit that it's intended. What I would do, and please don't say this the wrong way, I would go back to the base image and start again, but try to use a color calibration method as part of your workflow. So be that plate solved image and then use spectrophotometric color calibration if you have PixInsight. I do believe you can use photometric color calibration even in Cyril these days, which is free software. So, but that would be what I would do to have a chance at getting this into a nice state of color calibration. But all the same, I think you've applied a deep stretch, and I like that. And there's a good bit of detail on display, so there is some positives to take away from it. Gideon, how's it going, Gideon? Finally managed to get home. Quite fogged up over here in the Western Netherlands. Well, I'm glad you're home safe, mate. Unfortunately, no imaging though, if it's foggy. Tarun, NGC2264 Christmas tree cluster. Damn. There's a deep stretch applied to this, but the background is a bit bright for me, Tarun. But it looks like you've taken care of quite successfully most gradients in the image. So if you could, if it's possible, you know, like get this image again and just adjust the black point down a good bit. I think this would be quite attractive overall, because you haven't blown really anything out in the image apart from just Hubble's variable nebula right there. That appears to be a little bit blown out, but it's neither here nor there. But the amount of detail on display is good. Star shapes, sizes and colors are good. Noise control is good. It's just coloration at that point. Then, you know, once you'd set that black point accurately, if you do see this Tarun, of course, and you wish to take this feedback, this is just looking a little bit coppery, so maybe mask it and, you know, I'd perhaps add a bit more red. If you upcurve the high to mids of the green curve and pull down the low end of the green curve as well, you'll also have the effect of highlighting the brighter parts of some of these reddish areas right here towards more of a yellow, giving an extra tonal appearance to the image. But yeah, hopefully that's useful feedback for you. Ah, you're Tarun. Got you. Image is still in the works. Got you. Hopefully that's useful for you, mate. DC and Zona, probably mentioned this before. What are the dimensions of your observatory? I'm planning on building one out back, and was looking at 0.2 piers in a very similar to your setup. Good question, mate. So internal dimensions, that's obviously the one that matters, as external's not that useful depending on wall thickness and things. It's 7 foot 4 inch, I think. 7 foot 4 inch, something like that, in terms of width, and it's about 11 foot, 10 foot long, something like that, internal size. So yeah. That's where I'm at right there. Hey, Craig, look at this. Ran out of disk space a little while ago by the looks of things, so I'm gonna have to stop that one and delete some old data. I reckon that could just be as simple as this, though, couldn't it? Let's just quickly take care of this. I will have to go in a minute, unfortunately, guys. Blimey. It is not happy. Yeah, I'll have to go in a minute, unfortunately, but it's been an absolute pleasure. Hope you've enjoyed tonight's session, extended as it has been. And yeah, looking forward to another one, perhaps, so we can pick up on all the rest of it, go through people's rigs that they may have submitted. I realise I said I'd get to those, but there's no possible way I can get to it tonight, unfortunately, guys. Buy yourselves a few 16 terabyte spinning rust discs. Yeah. What do you do if you don't have the 1024 count of crowns? That is that's the eternal question, Ray. What do you do at that point? How do you process, Ray? Hey, that's a pretty nice M42 there. Gorillacos, Mead SN6, SF585, cool to 0, 29, 10-second shots. You know what, mate? I like it. 29 10-second shots, and it's a pretty image. Well done, yeah. Seems to be, I mean, there's a very slight element of maybe hallucination to some of this from sharpening, but it's neither here nor there. It's pretty. I like it. Does your width include the warm room? Not at all, Mike, no. So my warm room's attached to that. It's 10 feet long by, I think it's 14 feet wide at the broadest wall, because it's an off-standard shape, basically, mate. Ouch. Oh. My ankles are breaking in it. Oh, crikey. Here's 20 to look at mine. Oh, mate, you can't be serious. I will look at it, as I can't say no after that, can I? But blimey. You're so kind. Thank you for your support, mate. I really, really appreciate your support. I do. So, you've done your part. I'll do mine. I will look at your image. I'll just get through these last couple, then we'll refresh, find your image, and I will have to wrap up, unfortunately. by that point. No processing. Why is that, Ray? Come on, man. Are you just a visual astronomer? I do wonder. Fruity, same data processed in several different color schemes. Now this is nice. Okay. HSO, oxygen, hydrogen, sulfur, sulfur, hydrogen, oxygen, and thorax. 25-hour integration time. Split roughly evenly between 3 channels. Captured with a FRA 400, TubeTech 2600M, and Altair set of HSO filters. Nice. Damn. Alright, so interesting color palettes overall. So that's dramatic. In fact, they're all dramatic, aren't they? It's a tough one because I don't feel like this stretches as deep on this image, and the core is a bit blown out. So it goes to show, though, doesn't it, that varying off from the standard sometimes can be really interesting. I mean, I can see this on an album cover or something like that. Do you know what I mean? It's really, really different. Not what you'd usually look at. In terms of like technical application of his processing, I think this goes for most all of them. There's a very slight cast in the background to all of them, which varies based on which channel they've used doing most of the heavy lifting work. So in this case, it's like a slight blue cast. Some of the earlier images, it's different colors, as I mentioned. But as part of your masking and stretching routine, it's got a little bit out of hand around some of these brighter regions right here. So the cosmic zoo right there, the leaping leopard, etc., is a little bit lost. Just slightly overblown around that core, unfortunately, for me. But yeah, I think overall, mate, you're technically clearly proficient with processing. It's just some very minor things, probably. Like this one's less overblown around that cosmic zoo, but it's got a slight green background bias issue now, you know what I mean? And it looks slightly more deeply stretched as well. Yeah. We've seen the new Prima Luce YouTube videos. Looks a bit clipped both sides, a few of them now. Yeah. How will you process your images, Felix? Depends what I'm going for. Yeah. But, no, I mean, it's hard to say. With processing, I know you sometimes bring up points, don't you, Cosmic Ray? It's very much a personal thing. Obviously, I've mentioned this before, but like when someone gets technically proficient at processing, you get to the point where you're able to artistically apply yourself to an image, and the processing can be a reflection of your own tastes and preferences as part of the work that you've put into capturing your data and how you'd like to reflect that and show it to other people. If you don't process, then you choose to not partake in any of that really at all, so you leave the data to stand on its own, which is fair enough, but it's never going to really shine, I don't think. That's a little bit of a take on it. I could go at extreme length on this kind of thing, but I'll try to not. Have a great day, Luke. Go and take a crack at your M51 data later tonight. For some reason, I've never seen your content. You just happened to be live, and I hopped in. So it's great to meet you. Hey, it's great to meet you, mate. That's really awesome to hear. I'm glad you've enjoyed it. Surrounded by clouds to the north and east. And thank you again, by the way, for your support. I do appreciate that. Holy cow, glad you could fit it all in. Thanks a bunch. So sorry, Ollie. Got to get some sleep, man. I know. I'm doing my best. We're just going to do these last couple. Refresh, take a look at Citizen Fortress's image, and then we have to wrap it up. I'm so sorry. We've been live ages, I think. LA for Silver Wolf. First long capture, 16 hours of 5-minute subs. Okay, your YouTube number account is Nick P. Redcat61, 2600MC Pro, Triband Ultra 2 filter, M5N, post-process in PixInsight. Okay, your dad liked the stylus image, so I made both. Definitely want to come back and both capture more and reprocess it. Cool. Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm on your dad's side on this one, because I actually like your starless image a little bit better too. But both are nice. You've done a good job overall, and I know it's not easy to achieve like true color balance, especially when using quite restrictive tri-band filters and things like that, dual band filters especially. So I think you're on the right track. If you wish to apply some more processing tools in your workflow, you may wish to try generalized hyperbolic stretch in order to peel back a little bit on some of these most bright highlights in your image, and in doing so preserve perhaps a little bit more information around them. Your black point's a little bit bright for me, and it looks like you've used some sort of clone stamping tool just down here, which is not that well hidden. Do you know what I mean? I'm not trying to be mean with this. I'm just trying to say, you know, if you want to use clone stamps and stuff like that, it perhaps needs to be a little bit better hidden than that. But yeah, nice work. Keep it up. Keep up the good work. Slightly lower black point, just for my tastes, but yeah, I can see you're working on well. 4 hours in that chair. Yes, it is, mate. It's 22 minutes past midnight for me. I'm so sorry, guys. I will... shouldn't an image reflect the wavelengths, colours of the gases in the objects? No, not necessarily, Cosmic Ray. I mean, for instance, if NASA took your method of thinking about things, let's say, when processing important scientific data from the Hubble Space Telescope, for example, it wouldn't be as immediately visible, the distributions of these gases in these targets, whereas when processed to each have their own color channel that things are bound to, it immediately becomes apparent the chemical composition of a target, how it's distributed throughout a target, areas where it's richer, weaker, etc. So I think that processing certainly can have even a scientific application, rather than just an artistic thumbprint that can be applied to it. That's just one example of where it might, you know, be a little too short-sighted perhaps to not process images at all. But yeah, final episode on Sunday. Mate, I know exactly what you're on about, and yes, we have absolutely binged it, and I bloody love it. I can't thank you enough for the recommendation. Solo leveling, I assume you're on about, yeah? I've got my Dragon Ball cup on the go as well, Casey. Thought you'd appreciate that tonight. But yeah, no worries, and I agree. My flats just wouldn't get it. Oh, that's fair enough, Nick. Yeah. And I know what it can be like, mate. It can be an absolute pain if you've got something like that going on, can't it? Nexi, please open in browser. Don't mind the middle star. It's been wonky. Let me just see, because the compression I had to do. Zenith Star 73 Mark III, Apo, Uranus C Pro, NEQ6. Nexi. You've done good, mate. Yeah, I like it. Well done. If you want feedback, Nexi, I'll give it you. You have lost a little bit of colour as part of the stretching routine around the brighter parts of the crescent, and the oxygen 3 shell is pushed just a little bit more towards green, I feel. But that's minor. Overall, your background's beautiful. Your technical application of processing has been very, very sound indeed, I reckon. Lots of colour to the stars. The soap bubble nebula popped up just down there in the bottom left. That's difficult to capture. So overall, cracking stuff, Nexi. Good job. I'm here with you all the way today. First to join, last to leave. Brother, yes, thank you. I really appreciate it. But yeah, finally finishes the origin story. It finally starts the main story. No way! Oh man, I can't wait. I hope so much more is to come. Yeah, cracking work, Nexi. I've just seen that you're still here, so that's really good. Yeah, it's a beautiful image. Really, really tasteful processing. I think you've done a wonderful job. Tarun, let's go then, mate. Here we go. 78 3-minute lights. Got ya. Red Cat 51, 533, AM3, L quad. Damn. It do be dusty. That's quite pretty, mate. Yeah, that is quite pretty. Have you used any L quad filter? Got ya. So yeah, it's going to be very hard to achieve a traditional standard broadband color balance on a target like this, isn't it? Through that kind of filter. But yeah, I like it, mate. I think your black points set tastefully. Overall, colors are non-standard, but not to the point where I want to be like, I tried to change this. I think it looks nice on its own, and it's very interesting. So yeah, well done. You've also preserved the core of M42 really tastefully as well. And I do want to say that you've provided me with a haunting image right there of an alien grey's face. You can see his forehead, his nose, his eye sockets, his pursed lips right there, and his chin. So that is definitely now like a crouching alien. Don't know why I can see that in the image, but I can. The Pope is waiting for you to process the Sistine Chapel. You can't talk about the Sistine Chapel and then not also talk about artistry, can you? Look at its ceiling. Oh, man. I mean, people have been using art for as long as we've been able to paint, basically, haven't they? I'm sure you're trolling, so maybe I shouldn't bite, but yeah. Yeah, you can see it as well. That's good. Pareidolia again. Yeah, we definitely do that. Yeah, you've even covered an alien grey there, mate. He's crouching with his back hunched slightly. There's his calf and his shin, and he's holding something in his hand, like a long lantern. Maybe. Or maybe that's my signal that I've spent entirely too long looking at Discord. Now, I did promise I'd look at Citizen Fortress's image, as he very kindly gave $20 to do so. Everybody has a price. It just so happens that mine is $20. But crikey, here we are, mate. So it's an awesome tiger picture I took. Hey, that's a nice tiger picture. I've got to give you that, mate. That fella looks majestic. Damn. I'm biting into a hip or something down there. Alright, mate. Only got 19 or 20 subs for this. 533MC, Rokin on 135, AVX. Cracking, my throat's drying up. Guiding wasn't working because it was cloudy. 300-second subs, so some trailing. I think I did okay on my first attempt. Yeah, so this one's a little bit crushed in the black point, as I think you knew yourself, because your next one is like more deeply stretched. You can see some rifts of dust coming off the sides of this. But there appears to have been a bit of a focus issue shifting in. So if you're new to astrophotography, I'll give you this little piece of extra advice. So you're Rokin on 135 lens that you've got. You may wish to step it down just a tiny bit. That'll help control the size of these stars. So I know it's, what is it, like f1.8 native or something like that, or f2. If you step it down to like f2.8 or something, that's probably the sweet spot for most of these lenses. It looks like your noise reduction, whatever you've used, is good on the background. The 5-minute sub may have been a bit long though, because it appears the core of Orion's blown out just slightly, potentially right there. But the main thing I'm seeing is, I assume you've taken your gear from a warm room, perhaps like your house or something like that, set it up, focused, and then left it imaging. And I think focus has drifted as soon as the lens has cooled. At least that's what I'm getting from this. Maybe I'm entirely wrong, but yeah, it shows some promise, mate, is the long and short of it. To say you're just getting started, let me just tell you this as well, it's far better than my first image. So you get in there, you know what I mean? You get in there. Let's just see. You're going to be live streaming the solar eclipse on Saturday, assuming it's clear. I'm thinking it's too low in trees for me, Pete, to be honest. Given the time when eclipse is going to start to happen, doesn't it? Like, reach maximum clips about 11 AM or something. I'm almost sure sun's gonna still be behind my conifer trees. But yeah. So that does make sense. Yeah, it's just what you might want to do, Citizen Fortress, right there. It's just like it's something you'll pick up on anyway. Let your gear cool off a little bit first. So take it out, let it acclimate itself to ambient temperature, and then focus and start imaging, and you'll find that it'll be a lot more stable. Then it'll hold focus for a much greater period of time, and that'll be another step towards getting the images you want. So yeah, 10ish. I think it very likely will be too low. Let me just open up Stellarium a minute, because I'm just wondering. Oh, damn. Guys, it's been an absolute session tonight, hasn't it? An absolute session. Why am I looking around for the sun? What am I doing? Saturday, you said, yeah? So that's 29th. 29th. Where the blimmin' X the sun. South, so east, southeast. I think we might be a little bit out of luck. It's what's maximum clips on this? Probably about there. That's maximum clips. What percentage would that be? Something 30%? I'm still here until the end. I'm so sorry, bro. I will wrap this up, but yeah. No, mate, no, not total. But yeah, crikey. It's been a marathon session, guys. I've enjoyed it. We will have to just pick up on the rest of these next time, because I've pushed my luck a bit too far, I think. Unfortunately. Next time we can pick up on all the Astro gear and stuff that's been submitted, and we'll get through that as well. I'm so sorry I couldn't do it all tonight, guys, but looks like my session's over anyway. This thin cloud's creeping in and stuff. I hope, upon hope, that you've enjoyed this session. I've certainly enjoyed it, even though I've just about worn out my my voice box. Been a pleasure. I want to thank you all again for the support that you've given as well throughout this stream. It's been absolutely exceptional. I can't thank you enough. And yeah, couldn't do it without you. Thanks so much, guys. And yeah, we are getting a total until 2090 here in UK. Blimey. 5 more minutes. Well, it's a good sign. I mean, that people are asking for it to go longer, but yeah, it's been a blast. Hey, thank you, Stan, by the way, mate, for all your work. Banging in on the moderation there as well. Awesome stuff. Cracking. Right then, guys. Yeah, I loved it. Thank you for your support. Have a good day, evening, morning, wherever you are. Yeah. Great stream, Luke. See you on the next one. Thank you, Pete. Appreciate that, mate. Hey, Pete, by the way, you may have missed this at the start of the stream, by the way, buddy, but thanks to the support from the streams, yours as well in particular, buddy, because I know you've given so much over the course of these streams. We have been able to secure the ASCAR SQA 106. It's coming. I've paid for it, and it's on the way. So look forward to that, and just know that you've played quite a big part in getting that here as well, mate. So thank you. And everybody, actually, that goes for. Thank you for your support in making this kind of thing possible. I really appreciate it. 6 AM to you. Blimey, mate. So sorry it's been that long. But yeah, thank you, guys. Look after yourselves. We'll see you in another stream whenever I see you.